wash. I'm annoyed. I'm just here to give my opinion and carry Annie. Oh, it's Chris Avalon Unfiltered, bitch.
Hey y'all, welcome and happy Monday. It's your boy Chris Avalon, and welcome to a brand new episode of Chris Avalon Unfiltered, the show we basically talk about all things going on in celebrity news, pop culture, hot topics, all that good stuff. We talk about it here. So if that's a show for you, definitely stick around because we have a lot, and I mean a lot, child, of tea to spill. Because I wasn't here Friday. A lot of stuff came out over the weekend, so I did combine a lot of those topics. Plus, I did come across a lot of drag race tea. So that's why I'm a little late, because I was ready. I was ready to go live at 1 o'clock, but then I came across these three topics. I was like, oh my God, and I got to add those to the docket. So yeah, we got about 16 topics. I was not trying to make this an action-packed show, but you already know it's a lot of tea. It's going to be a lot of cackling and a lot of mess. So look out for that. So some of the topics we're going to get into today, we have to talk about Final Destination Bloodlines. I'm going to give my review. I'm not going to spoil a lot of stuff. I'm going to just give my overall review, and we're going to talk about the box office numbers on how big it did over the weekend. So I'm excited to talk about that. Plus, I'm going to talk. I don't want to spend too much time on this Diddy stuff. I'm hoping that I won't. But based off of whatever's going on, because Dawn Rashad is currently testifying against him, so I do have to bring all that up. Plus, Alex Fine, Cassie's husband, has released a statement. He released over the weekend. I just now remembered I was supposed to look up Cassie's, so hopefully I could probably try to do that while we keying and stuff over here. But if I don't get it, then y'all just have to look it up. But anyway, so there's that, and then plus we got to talk about Aubrey O'Day. You know, they were saying that she was going to be testifying. Apparently she's not, and I'm gonna tell you why she's not going to be testifying. So we'll get into that. Justin Bieber is finally weighing in on those rumors that he was diddled by the diddler, hence why he's crashing out and stuff right now. So yeah, Justin Bieber's team and everybody is speaking out on it. Chris Brown has been denied bail in his UK assault case. DDG child out here being a mess, and they dragging him over his little nonchalant. I'm talking about basically, oh, he was doing well until all this stuff was coming out. He had a feeling something like the shoe was about to drop because he's been out here living his best life, and he wasn't expecting all this stuff to come out about what Halle Bailey has said about him. So we're gonna get into that. Katy Perry. Now, remember on this show when I have said that, you know what, maybe what she should be doing instead of this arena tour that none of y'all really care for is probably stick with the Vegas situation? Well, apparently, according to the reports, they don't want her ass out there either. They don't want her in Vegas. The Vegas residency was a mess. It was a flop, and we're going to get into it. It's like, damn, Katy, girl. I just feel like, yo, maybe this is karma. Someone, to collect. And y'all right on time. She may not come when you want her to, but it'll be on time when she need to be. So we're going to talk about that. Plus, a Kylie Minogue fan is being roasted. And this is why I tell you, these incels out here just less than smart. So apparently there was a Kylie Minogue fan who went to her show 5 times and came to the revelation that he said he was uncomfortable because all the homosexuals was up in there, and now she's woke and gay. I'm like, what? Are you new? So we're going to get into that because people got on the line and decided to drag him over his dumbness with making that comment. You were just mad because you couldn't get no pussy at this event, or you probably a closet homosexual and you ain't come to the revelation. So you decide to get out all over social media and just being dumb. So we're going to get into that. Plus, oh my God, I forgot. There was some stories I had to change around because I was like, I had so much other stuff. But anyway, so yeah, we got a lot of drag race news. Audra basically saying that a lot of people, she said thousands of people unfollow her after she came out as transgender. Mistress Isabelle Brooks is teasing the upcoming drama that's about to come with her pink team, which is, we're about to meet them this coming Friday on the next episode. There's a drag race winner who is urging queens to not, and I mean not, take part in the Versus the World spinoffs. And we got some crazy homosexual relationship news, including David Geffen divorcing his husband of less than 2 years. The man is 82, married to a 32-year-old man, and Miss Mama's look like she about to get paid lovely. So we're going to talk about that. Then we got some sad news regarding Big Freedia, and one of the actors of the Upshaws is getting engaged to his same-sex partner. So we got some love and some sadness and all that good stuff coming up. But before we get to those topics, because this was like a long freaking intro, if you could please do me a solid and hit that like button. If you are new to the channel, hit that subscribe button. Also, be sure to smash the notification bell so that way you know when we go live with a brand new episode of Chris Avalon Unfiltered. After the live stream, I will be putting in timestamps so that way you can just skip through all the banter that we do during the live feed and just get right whichever topic tickles your fancy. And then make sure y'all leave comments, all that good stuff, because it definitely helps with the show. Also, those likes helps with the algorithm and the subscriptions. I do appreciate all the new people that have come in as of late because yeah, them numbers is going up, and the more them numbers go up, the more I get paid up in this bitch. Okay, so I appreciate all y'all. Let me hit my banner. And before we get into the box office stuff, there's something that I want to talk to y'all about. So there was this show, a friend of mine created. I was like, let me go to myself, Jorge Shalapa. He created this show called Strangelove. I don't know if y'all heard of it, but it is a popular show on YouTube. I did link the episodes down below if y'all want to see it. First of all, it's a homosexual show. It's basically about um a group of homosexual millennials. All right, y'all, we're back. Damn internet is working my root canal nerve. Of course, it wouldn't be a day, a dull moment if my internet wasn't interneting. And I don't know why it's been doing that because literally 10 minutes before I went live, it started acting up again. And they keep saying, oh, it's the neighborhood, it's the neighborhood. I'm like, first of all, with all the money that's being spent, because I have Verizon, and you already know that's the most expensive one. This neighborhood shit should not be doing what it is. And it ain't like I live in the goddamn hood, because I don't. Because like if I live in like a suburban area or whatever, my internet should not be acting a damn fool. But anyway, let me just get off my grievances and get back into what I was talking about before. So take two and action. Um, okay, so there's a show I want to talk to y'all about. I did link it down in the description with all my information, all the stuff. So that way, if y'all want to watch the actual episode, it's 6 episodes. The show is called Strangelove. It is a Latino-led queer series. The episodes aren't really long. It's like 6 episodes. I think the longest one would be, I think, episode 5, which is like 24 minutes. But for the most part, the episodes are pretty much like 20 minutes or whatever the case is. There's a lot of sex. There's a lot of nudity. There's even a peen shot. And I was sitting there like, first of all, clutching my pearls, not because of the nudity, because I'm always here for nudity. If we're going to do a homosexual show, there needs to be nudity and sex all throughout. But I get it because it was on YouTube. I'm trying to whisper it because I want the YouTube god to be out here snitching. And then, with it being YouTube, I'm like, okay, y'all out here showing peen and you showing booty cheeks and all that other stuff. So I was here for it. So yeah, if y'all definitely want to check out Strangelove, I say definitely check it out. This is it here. Oh, because the reason why I'm bringing this up also is because if you have Reverie, which Reverie has a lot of really good queer content and stuff on their streaming service. I do have Reverie. I don't pay for it, but I don't even think you have to. It's a subscription. It's subscription based. I could just be watching stuff, so I think it's free like Tubi. But which I love Tubi. But anyway, so yeah, it is basically, for those of you if you've never seen it, the show is about a group of homosexual millennials which navigate love, sex, and friendship in LA. A friend of mine by the name of Jorge Sholalpa created the show, so definitely check it out. He and I have been kikiing and stuff on social media. I don't know him personally, but we're like social media friends and things of that nature. So yeah, I do like the show. One of the particular ones I like is Christian. That's this one up here. I don't know if y'all see the arrow, the one all the way by the top. He's a little thickums, and I love me a man with a little meat on his bones. But he wouldn't like me because I'm not a twink. But his character lives with the twinks, and basically the friends, they're Christian, David, Rami, and Manuel. And Christian works in real estate. He is a twink chaser, and he develops feelings for this cute twink named Ian, who I was liking Ian in the beginning because it looked like she wasn't, allegedly, according to him, he was a virgin. But I think once he got that cherry popped, Miss Mama was out here throwing it back in a circle on a bunch of other dudes and was sitting there trying to act like, whatever, until there was one sequence where his father kicked him out, then he comes running to Christian, which I'm like, girl, don't do it. But you know how some of them get when they get with them youngins. And then we have Rami, who this little skinny femme queen who has a thing for sugar daddies. And yes, he got a lot of sugar daddies, unlike Shangela, but she got a lot of sugar daddies. If I had a sugar daddy, I wouldn't, all that stuff. But Miss Mama's had multiple sugar daddies. And then there's one sequence which I really wish that Jorge they would really explored more. I mean, they did it in one episode. He gets SA'd. And, he took like the silence thing and the friends. But I understand like when you only have a short amount of time to tell a story, you can't really dive in as much as you wanted to. But I really wanted it to come to that point where it was like, okay, so he was going through this grieving period. How did he come out on the other side? It just like once there was a certain situation happened in the finale where all of a sudden it was just like he came out of his little slumber of self-hating and pity and all the other mess. So I would have really liked them to elaborate on that more. And then we have David, who's an interior designer. Let me tell you, he was like one of my least favorites on the show because he was too bitchy. He always was being a little shady, especially going towards Christian and his man, because his man didn't have a job and was out here struggling trying to get a job, and he was a little too hard on him. Then when they mentioned he was a damn Virgo, I was like, that's why I don't like him. Because he and I share a sign. And I do think that a lot of times when it comes to Virgos and we be Virgoing, a lot of times we can be a little too hard on people and a little extra shady. So maybe that was probably why I didn't like him, because maybe I saw a little bit of myself in him. But I'm like, I wouldn't be that big of a bitch. But he was a bitch in this show. And then was sitting there, because he was an interior decorator for this restaurateur and her husband, and then started hunching the husband. And I'm like, girl, you in a relationship with this man for 12 years, and your man get these urges, and you okay with it? Okay. When you settling, because you're pretty much the hag. So there was that, and then David and Gabe, I really kind of wanted them to work out their relationship, but David is such a bitch. But and then also, you know, then we had Manuel, but his character, I don't feel like was fleshed out enough. I mean, there was one sequence where we saw that where he was at his job, and then there was another situation where he actually gets hit on by a drag race girl. Miss Naisha Lopez is in the show also, so shout out to her. But he's not playing a drag queen; he's actually playing like just some regular dude that met Manuel at a brunch and ask for his number, and then they kind of hook up and all this other stuff. So Nature Lopez got a part of it, and that's like the biggest name that you could think of outside of just like the regular cast, whatever, that would be a part of it. So if you have a chance, and I really iterate this, with with shows like Noah's Ark, Queer as Folk, and so many of those other things that we've loved over a lot of those queer-based shows over the years, it's always refreshing when we can get a queer-based show on TV that pretty much gives us this, any kind of representation, in my opinion, matters. And I'm always all about like supporting new products and stuff. Yeah, if I was in LA, I definitely would have been like, Jorge, hook me up with a part. Give me a sex scene or something. Shit, I hit the gym. I mean, and I don't think it matters though, because there's men and stuff out there. There was some thickums on that show, and I'm like, yes, you better show that nudity. The cheeks was cheeking. The paint. There was this one boy that was getting his gut reared. I'm like, damn, he got all that dick swinging. I was like, okay. So shout out to Jorge, and you know what? I thoroughly encourage not only Jorge with his projects, but I would love to see more queer artists out here making those type of shows, or making shows that's for us, by us, and really shows us in ways where it's like we're proud to be who we are. We're proud sexually. We embrace all of our flaws and all the other mess. I mean, shit. If I knew some people, I would definitely love to collaborate and come up with something and create it. I've got ideas. So if y'all ever want to create and link up and come up with some ideas and create some projects, hit a bitch up, because I am available, among other things. So yeah, as I said before, definitely check out the show Strangelove. It is going to be it is on YouTube, as I said before. I did put the link in the description, so you could just click on it and then watch all 6 episodes, preferably after I'm done with the show. And if you have Reverie, it says Reverie Premium. So yeah, I guess maybe premium, you do have to pay for that. I don't know. But you can go on there and just check it out there, because he did post it on his and I think there's probably a lot of people who haven't seen the show. So, and it has been Bear World and Out Magazine pretty much like the show. So yeah, it is up for consideration. So definitely, Emmy people, definitely give this show a moment and all that good stuff. So yeah, I think that's all I got to say on that. So yeah, if you have seen the show, definitely let me know what your overall thoughts are on it in the comments down below. All right, so now I've done that and got that out of the way. Let's get into our first topic, and let's talk about Final Destination Bloodlines. So congratulations to the movie, because it is one of the biggest, I think, it's like one of its biggest record openings for a New Line horror franchise. Still, you don't want to know something? Quiet as it's kept, I actually thought New Line folded, because we don't really be hearing much about New Line cinema. But apparently, yes, it's still around. But yeah, let's get into it. So it made $51 million over the weekend, and it said it came after a robust estimated $18 million Saturday, just 14% off from Friday's number previews of 21 million. So overseas, it said it likewise earned 51 million for a global start of 102 million. That's more than enough to successfully revive a long dormant franchise. And let's say it's been 14 years since Final Destination 5. And I like the fact that, you know what, if you don't have an idea, if you don't have something where you can keep the franchise going, then let it lay dormant until someone comes up with a clever idea for the franchise, and then greenlight it. And I feel like the people that came up and did this movie, they, Adam Stein and Zach Lipovsky, shout out to them. They actually had an idea for this film, and to me, it was perfect. The first 15-minute opening sequence, best opening sequence of Final Destination I've seen in a long time. There was some people in there that I felt bad that died, and there was this one particular person, that one with the penny. I don't want to give away too much, but the one that was picking them pennies and all that other stuff, glad that person got what came to them, because that motherfucker got on my root canal nerve throughout this damn movie. I also like the fact that we had half Filipinos up in there. Shout out to my people. So, I love to see that we had some half Filipinos that was up in the show, and there was that diversity representation, all the stuff. Teo Briones, that was the one that played the younger brother of Caitlin Sanawana. I don't know her actual name in the movie. You know, forgive me because I'm not really good with names and all this other stuff, but the lead actress that was like that sort of premonition of her grandmother and all the other stuff and what happened to her in the 50s. Somebody tried to say this was the late 70s. I'm like, first of all, them outfits, the whole decor, that was not late 70s. Are you slow? First of all, that was the 50s. If it's your grandmother and you're of this generation, your grandmother is from like the 50s or whatever the case is. Parents more than likely was born in the 70s, and then you got the kids that's like in the 2010s in college and much younger. So the grandmother, that to me, that whole look gave late 50s, early 60s, that whole vibe when what they were wearing and all the other stuff. But yeah, so she had the premonition. The grandmother found a way to cheat death and save numerous lives, and she found a way to survive all those decades. And that's what I loved about this whole, this revived the whole lore of the film. But the one that played the brother, that played her younger brother, I'm like, I've seen that kid before. I could not place where I've seen him, but I've seen him in stuff. I don't remember this other actor as well. Hold on, because I got a picture of him. That's the grandmother there, Grandma Iris. And this kid in this movie, I was like, who is he? Because first of all, and I've seen him around in other movies, he stole every scene that he was in. I was literally living for him. And you want to know what I also loved about this movie? The fact of the matter was, the way you thought that people were going to die in Final Destination Bloodlines is not the way they died. So when people sitting there and thought, oh, this is going to be revealing too much. Oh, spoilers and all this other stuff in the commercial. Oh, I already know how. No, you don't. Trust and believe. When you go see the movie, the way you think certain kind, like him particularly, you think this is the scene that, nope, that ain't it. So I love the fact that there was a lot of really iconic scenes up in there. The opening sequence, I loved, as I said before. My other favorite scene, okay, there was many scenes that I found funny. The one with the garbage can sequence, I want to tell you who got it with that. The sanitation guy with the headphones on listening to Kelly Clarkson's What Doesn't Kill You Makes You Stronger. I cackled when that song came on. And then, so clever placements of the music to go along with the sequences, which we've already seen happen in other Final Destination movies. But I felt like they took all the greatest parts of the Final Destination stuff, incorporated into this movie, and it was just, in my opinion, it was just a fun ride that I had. And also, the hospital sequence with the MRI machine. I was like, bitch, they tell you don't be wearing metal and all the other stuff when you be going in them rooms with the radiology and the MRI machines and all that other stuff. So that was like one of my favorite scenes. There was so many great kills in this movie. It was a lot clever. If I were to nitpick some of the stuff, I would say that some of the sequences you can kind of see CGI a little bit. Also, I kind of wish they would have went more practical, but I don't know what the budget for this movie was, so you probably can only do with so much, and maybe digital helped in a lot of ways. But yeah, that would be my only nitpick. I kind of wish that they didn't really settle on that too much. But to get to the rest of the situation, so yeah, it made 102 million globally, and they said overseas it ranked number 1 in 53 offshore markets this season, and in like for likes is tracking above Smile, the first one, not the second one, and it says plus 232%. Happy Death Day with plus 194%. Saw X with 173%. Final Destination 5 with plus 133%. And The Final Destination, sorry, among others. I think The Final Destination was the last one. Was it? No, it couldn't have been. It had to be before, because it says Final Destination 5. This is the 6th installment. And it says Warner's, and you want to know something? I forgot. I think this is a Warner Brothers project. Warner Brothers has really been kicking ass lately, and I'm glad, because when they were going after them other two that was running Warner Brothers, and they were talking about, oh, their days is numbered, and they're about to be kicked off the job. Minecraft did well, Sinners did well, and Final Destination. So don't be hating. I think their jobs might be secure. And then, of course, we have this week, we'll see how well it does up against Lilo and Stitch and Mission Impossible: The Final Reckoning, because those movies come out this week, which I kind of feel bad for, because I'm like, damn, Mission Impossible, Tom Cruise, you really solidified this franchise, but y'all keep going up against these movies that keep kicking y'all ass. Like the last time y'all released a movie, it was up against Barbenheimer, and y'all got y'all behinds whooped. And now you about to get your behind whooped again up against Lilo and Stitch, because with all the parents and their kids and Memorial Day weekend and stuff, you really think that y'all gonna actually do well up against Lilo and Stitch? I don't know. You might be in danger with that one. So, with regards to Bloodlines, it came in #1 on all of Latin America, topping the lifetime grosses of Smile 2, Halloween Ends, Scream 6, and The Final Destination. Now, in Europe, it was #1 for the region, notably in the UK and France. Now, overall, the top 5 starts were Mexico with 5.5 million, UK with 5.3 billion, Philippines with 3.4 million, India with 3 million, and France with 3 million also. So I wonder what all this. How y'all gonna divvy the tariffs on all of that? I tell you, this man don't know what the hell he talking about with them damn tariffs. But I should point out all the other films as well, because there was also Sinners. And how well is that done? First of all, Sinners, congratulations to y'all, because you have finally crossed over the $300 million mark globally with 325.7 million at worldwide ticket sales. So all them haters out there that was sitting there talking about it's a flop, it's this, it's that, you can eat a bag of dicks and choke on them. So the movie did well. You can sit there with your cynicism and your hatred and your shade and all that other stuff, but you don't know how the movie will do until it gets to the end of the finish line. And this movie is still doing well at the box office. Now, Sinners did earn 15.4 million for eye-popping North American tally of 240 million, as it too raced past the 300 million mark to finish the week with a global haul of 316.8 million. A Minecraft movie has already hit 928 million globally, so we'll see if it could almost hit that, if it's going to be $1 billion franchise. And I really think that it could cross over to that. If not in theatrical, it may do. I think, if I'm not mistaken, a Minecraft movie is already available for digital download on Amazon Prime Video. So if people want to see it, I think you can actually watch it at home. I don't want to check my phone and stuff right now, but I could have sworn I saw it up there. So don't quote me all the way, but I do believe that a Minecraft movie is available for digital purchase. Now, Hurry Up Tomorrow. Let's talk about that flop. Now, I don't know why people are surprised. First of all, anything starring The Weeknd in a cinematic film, you already know it's going to be a piece of shit, especially if you've seen The Idol, which, I'm sorry, that was the most unwatchable show in the history of shows. I cannot get past it. The first episode, I just think that, okay, something about The Weeknd always irritates my entire spirit. Like, he does have good songs, whatever, but I just feel like when I look at him, he looks weird. His song, like, his voice irritates me. Oh, he always sounds like a goat being strangled, or no, Shakira always sounds like a goat being strangled. When The Weeknd sing, he sounds like a damn sheep. Like, he just irritates me. And like the Michael Jackson impression is like tired through and delayed. He always seems like he's a little too, it just feels like it's forced and fake. So him doing this weird ass movie, and I seen the trailer, I'm like, I am so not impressed with this crap. And it, no shade also, I love you, Jenna Ortega, but girl, you cannot sell a movie outside of Scream 5 and 6, which I think was based off of just the name alone is why it worked. But outside of Scream, girl, I have yet to see you have a hit on your hands with a movie. I mean, yeah, you were in Beetlejuice, but that was a part of an ensemble. Like, Beetlejuice comes with a built-in fan base. So that was going to be a hit. But that unicorn movie you did came and went like a wet fart. And now this movie, child, the movie made nothing at the box office. So, well, it made something, but $3.3 million. I do wonder what the overall budget was for that movie. But yeah, $3.3 million, it was a flop. So it says Jenna Ortega and Barry Keoghan co-star in Hurry Up Tomorrow, which has been panned by critics. Audiences aren't so enamored either. The pick was slapped with a C- cinema score. Directed by Trey Edward Schultz, the film sees Tesfaye, and that'd be Abel Tesfaye, aka The Weeknd, that's his government name, playing a fictionalized version of himself, or rather a musician on the verge of a mental breakdown who was pulled into an existential odyssey by a mysterious stranger. Well, that gives kind of like, who cares? Like, who's going to spend money to go see, who's going to pay $17 to go see that shit in the theater? Unless you like a hardcore Abel Tesfaye fan. or you like Jenna Ortega, whatever the case is. Like nobody was gonna go pay to see that. And then you put that up against Final Destination. So to wrap all this up, I definitely say go see Final Destination. You will definitely have a great time with it. The movie delivered on a lot of stuff. I am curious because, and I'm sure with all this money that is just made, it is going to. We're getting a Final Destination 7. Like it's just, we could just go on the record and say that. But I do wonder if they're gonna, when they make this movie, um, what story? I mean, what's the story that you're going to be able to tell? Because I don't know where they could go with it after. But I'm like, I'll leave it up to y'all to come up with the creativity. Oh, before I forget, we do have to shout out Tony Todd, man. He rest in peace. I do wonder with that whole situation because when you look at him on screen, it was like, yeah, he got applause from when he popped up on screen. I loved his sequence. You could definitely tell he was sick based on when you watch him on screen because he was really skinny. And I've encountered family members who, when cancer takes over and starts eating away at them, like you literally could see the emaciation kicking in. And it was looking, you could definitely see he was in his final days. And I wonder if it was a collaborative situation from the writers and all the stuff that they wrote it around the fact that they knew that his time was coming. I also love the backstory they gave on Tony Todd's character because the minute that we saw the little kid that was actually there at the time with Iris and all other stuff, I was like, that's Tony Todd. I knew it from the beginning, like based off of like the way they was doing it, the way they were planning it all out. The little boy that we saw, I was like, that's Tony Todd's character. And it was funny how like later on when they go down to the hospital, because the grandmother had mentioned that yeah, she saved his life and stuff from being killed. So um saying, and then how they said that they helped each other over the years. He helped build her fortress of solitude and all that other mess, and all the other thing that was going on with that. And then he was basically, you know, when he gave his little final eulogy and whatever, like this, you know, the Grim Reaper finally got me. I got, you know, I'm sick and all this other stuff, and I'm just gonna live out the rest of my final days. And the way they just wrapped it up, that was like, yeah, that was a heartfelt moment. So it was like, I love the fact that Final Destination actually gave us characters to care about. So when they got it, it was like, damn, you felt bad. I mean, even though I did laugh a couple of times at some of the kills, and I was like, ooh, God, like I winced and I groaned. And like, I definitely was in my feelings about some of them, the kills. The kills was clever. I love the way how they set everything up, but I did like the fact that I cared about the characters, and I really wish that more horror movies would get into that. Like, yes, we should kill people that get killed in horror films should not just be some paint by numbers, let's kill them off some sort of thing. We should actually care about the people that we see on screen. So that way, when they do die, it makes it more impactful for those of us who are watching the movie to care for these characters and feel for them. So I like the fact that they went in that direction. I'm glad there's some clever horror movie fans. And I really feel like it's my generation because when we used to watch those horror movies in the 80s, and I am a huge 80s horror movie fan, even though I'm a child of the 80s, I was way too young to watch those movies. But now that I'm older, I can watch a lot of those movies and appreciate them. I like the fact that, you know, a lot of my generation has looked at a lot of these films and they're like, you know what, let's actually create characters that people care about and stuff instead of just, you know, like Friday the 13th, you stick a bunch of damn kids together. There we see them in action for like an hour, and then the last 30 minutes Jason gotta start gutting, you know, the Carnage candy. And then we don't care about the people that we see on screen. So I like that. So to wrap all this up, because I didn't want to forget about Tony Todd. So that's why I wanted to bring that up. But anyway, so I definitely want to hear from y'all. Did you see Final Destination Bloodlines? What did you think? What are your overall thoughts? All that good stuff. Drop it down in the comments down below. So let me make sure that I close out all of that before we get to a lot of these comments, which there are plenty. Please hold. Let me scroll on up. Scroll up. Scroll on up. Scrolling on the scene. Like a gangster lead. Me too. Not the internet. It wouldn't be a day if it didn't, right? Okay, but like David Geffen better not be surprised about the divorce. Like, what is he going to do with a guy I mean, slob on the peen, take him around the world and yah. I mean, there's plenty of things you can do with when you 82 and your man is 32. It ain't Avalon show if the internet, okay? Or well, hopefully that'd be the one and only time. I saw that. Yeah, I agree. I like this since I think it was the best one since part 2. I mean, I like part 3 with the roller coaster, but part 1 will always be iconic because of the way it was. setting up everything. Part two, because it merged the two, where it was like, let's take the lore of the first one, but let's raise the stakes and get a little over the top with the action. So I appreciated Final Destination 2 for that. And I cannot look at, a truck hoarding logs the same way again, which they did pay homage to that in the new movie. So that will always be forever icon. And look, Final Destination has been one of the many franchises that when you watch those movies, it has definitely influenced how you move in the world. Like, I'll be watching everything now. I'll be like, the microwave might get me, or something might fall, or if ever I'm in a car and I'm in logs, a truck full of logs is in front of me. The other day, I was over there dealing with this fire pit, and I was like, Final Destination. And then the other day, and then it was like maybe a year or two ago, I've always had this fear of like using a propane grill, and I was trying to work it, and I went to go visit my parents, and I think my father had something to do, so he wasn't there, and nobody else was going to use the grill, so they put it off on me to do it. And I was like, Final Destination. So he had to literally be on the teaching me how to go through the motions of, okay, how do you turn on the grill, all this other stuff. Because I was like, I've seen Final Destination. We seen what happened when they turned on that grill, that man blew up. I was like, no, ma'am. I don't like grills. Not like that. So every little thing, that movie has really messed me up in a lot of, or the franchise, I should say, has always messed me up in a lot of ways. What's that? Well, definitely be checked. Yes, please. And they said, my bully is going to, your bully is going to spend a year in jail for solicitation sex with a minor. His charges for wait, who are we talking about? Did you hear about that movie, Things Like This, with the main guy being a plus size guy who falls in love? But I did hear about this new movie with Alexander Skarsgård playing like somebody in the BDSM community. He's showing dick and everything up in that movie. And then they said that was him, and it was first of all, he gets in a relationship with one of the actors who was in, I think it was in Harry Potter. Let me look it up, because it's like it's been all over. What is it? All over. And first of all, everybody's making a comment because he went and kissed Pedro Pascal. Oh, it's this movie called Pillion, which I believe stands for like guys who are on the back of a motorcycle and then they put their arm around the person, so they're like the passenger on the motorcycle. So yeah, there's this movie that is coming out called Pillion, and Alexander Skarsgård is in it, and it's like this BDSM movie. And they said that I was trying to remember who the actor's name is. So this kid goes on a date with Alexander Skarsgård, who is a leader of a motorcycle club. And then they meet at a pub, and then they wind up there's like a meat washing session that they have in an alleyway. And then Ray, who was actually played by Alexander Skarsgård, takes Colin, who was played by the guy who was smitten by him. I think it's Harry Melling, who was in Harry Potter, the franchise, whatever. I can't remember which character he played, but he was in the show. So then, yeah, he takes him under his wing, and then there's like this dom submissive situation. And child, is a sequence where they talk about that. Yeah, Alexander Skarsgård shows his peen, but I'm like, he showed his penis before. What was that sex movie that he was in? That body horror movie that he did. There was a movie that he did that Infinity Pool. I think he showed his peen in that. Didn't he also show it in True Blood? So this ain't the first time he let his well, I won't say as little, but when he let the pendulum swing. So, but they said the word pillion more commonly used in Britain than the U.S. refers to the seat occupied by, as I said, the seat occupied by the passenger riding behind the driver on a motorcycle. It's also known in queer parlance as that's another word for bottom. Let me find out. Maybe I need to start using that word. Shout out to all you pillions. It's also worth pointing out that Skarsgård's character sports an extra large. Oh, they said he sports an extra large piece prosthetic, adding another high-profile example of Hollywood's prosthetic obsession as of late. And my thing is this: if you got a big old dick, why the hell would I want to use a prosthetic? Is it because they don't want their penises and stuff to be shown all over social media? But yeah, everybody's talking about like the show was good, the movie's good, it's got a standing ovation. But then again, I don't take nothing from them seriously at Cannes because it seemed like everything at the Cannes Film Festival, everybody be giving a damn standing ovation. It could be the worst movie in the world. They'll stand up for 10 minutes and start clapping. So there's that. Oh, Miss Tara, how you doing? And it said, I'm proud of my dear friend, of you, my dear Chris Avalon, for doing what you do and a wonderful channel. Well, thank you, because I needed that. Because, there'll be some times when I be feeling like, damn, should I still be doing this? Because I be feeling like, the numbers and stuff don't be doing what need to be doing. But then again, the more you keep going at it, the more that you get pushed out there. So I just know that I can't give up. So, your message was definitely needed at this time. When nature heals, we love to see it. Okay. Yeah. Pennies are no. Well, look, lucky pennies. Leave them damn things in the pond for a reason. Oh, that's what her name was, Stephanie. What? Thank you, because there was one pundit. I think it was Lee from Drum Dums. Shout out to him. He and I, we're cool, whatever. We talk a lot and stuff on social media. He went and called her Stefani. Like Stefani. I was like, was you thinking of Gwen Stefani? Because funny enough, this is how Lady Gaga spells her government name, Stephanie. But I'm like, no, it's Stephanie. I said, I laughed so hard when that part was the humping of the garbage truck. And then when a certain sibling got knocked into the garbage truck, that was hilarious too. They said practical effects seem to be only an independent film thing. I mean, look, you probably could have saved a whole lot of money because look, if the budget was real tiny for what the hell was that for, like the Terrifier movies, y'all could have did practical. I think it would have been way more impactful. Or maybe it was just cheap. Maybe it was just easier to do digital. But I don't know. Sometimes when I looked at the effects or something, you could clearly tell it was fake in a lot of ways. Or when there were certain parts where they would use green screen. I just didn't like that they did that. Screen fans are making fun of Jenna Ortega. Film flop said she's hello. I don't think she's the star she once was. First of all, y'all taking too long with stuff. Like, when is Wednesday coming out? Like, Netflix taking 8 years to drop that show. Like, they taking 20 years to drop Stranger Things, the final damn season. I don't know what the hell's going on with Netflix. Although I will say this, I applaud Netflix for picking up Sesame Street. So I'm here for them doing that. And that now is going over there with that, because that came out today that Netflix did acquire the rights to Sesame Street. I think it was a part of Warner Brothers or whatever the case was. They let that go. You already know that the idiot in chief, who could use a little Sesame Street in his life because the motherfucker can barely read, let alone formulate a complete sentence, was sitting there going after PBS and all these other independent, all these other funded companies. Did you see that I put? She wasn't booed. What the hell is he talking about? Now, whatever. Now he's sitting up here talking about that he's looking into Bruce Springsteen, Beyonce, Taylor Swift, all these people that endorse Kamala. I said, we're gonna open that can of worms and we need to look into what Elon Musk and them was giving you, sir. Because if you want to, it's always funny how he wants to point fingers at people because these are things that he and his administration have done. So now you kind of just pointing, it just seems like it's a reflection of you. But of course, the Democrats ain't going to do nothing. They're just going to sit on their hands and do absolutely nothing and let him run off with his damn mouth and say stupidness. Yeah, well, coming soon ain't enough. it needs a date. So I dragged them and said it's a movie with The Weeknd. And that's what I said. I'm like, ain't nobody asked for that damn movie. Yeah. Irritates my entire spirit. He does. Jetta dissing IPs is coming on. And look at you. You did an original IP and nobody cared. 2 times. That one and the Unicorn movie. Although the Unicorn movie that she did, I heard it was pretty good. I haven't seen it. I'll wait till it comes out on one of the streaming services. Yeah, I was like, we definitely getting a Final Destination 7. I just hope they don't rush it. Like, take y'all time with it, just like y'all took y'all time with this one. Because quality, not quantity. You could tell he was, when I looked at him, I was like, you could definitely see that cancer because I've seen that before in family members when they've had cancer. I hope they add homosexuals in the next one. Yeah, we definitely need to get, first of all, the gays are definitely like big horror movie fans. So I don't know why we not getting parts and stuff any. I did. You know who I also felt bad for? I felt bad for the brother, the one that had the peanut allergy. I felt bad for him because you could definitely tell, like, he did not want to die. He was scared out of his mind. The peanut allergy situation was hilarious. I did like that whole thing. But then this idiot with all them damn piercings, by including the one in his peen, I was like, girl, like, why do you even think to take all that out? Well, if we really think about it, Tony Todd has always been like, he's always had that kind of length. He's never really been in a lot of scenes. He always had like one little 5-minute sequence to kind of lay out the foundation and the rules and all that stuff. He was always kind of like the Randy Meeks of the franchise. We had to lay out the foundation of how you survive and all the other stuff. But yeah, he was never like a major part of it. He was in all of them, but he always had like a little small part. Hmm. I enjoy spending time with these characters, rooting for them to survive, made the movie more enjoyable. And y'all already know, don't fuck with Death, because Death was big mad at this movie. I mean, Death is always big mad, but it seemed like Death was more pissed than usual, or was it me? You know, you're gonna go see Billie Eilish remover. Well, is it the same tour, or is this a new kind of tour? Because I already know. Well, y'all already know I worked her Hit Me Hard and Soft tour, if that's what the hell it was called. I want to see Cloud on the Cornfield. I heard people were you the one that told me that people were annoyed by the whole gay characters that was in Cloud on the Cornfield? I'm like, y'all ain't no real horror movie fans, because if y'all really was, y'all would know, like, there've always been queer representation thrown around in a lot of those films, or undertones, or whatever the case is. Oh, excuse me. Sailor Mermaids in the building. Part of why you're not being pushed. Don't be trying to read me on my mouth. And you said, well, my mouth, I do believe, look, there's a lot of people on here that be cursing way worse than me. And, you know, don't get, and get pushed a lot more. People are saying Sesame Street is one season only. Wait, on Netflix? Jenna is still a star, though, even if she had one flop movie. The people love her. Wednesday is 2CW for me, and I thought her character in X was dumb. It's like, the only thing I liked about her was being in that Sabrina video. Well, she ain't said nothing. She was just going around kissing up on Sabrina and stuff. So maybe that's why you like her, because she kept the mouth closed through the whole damn thing. Except going around, they were trying to kill each other. But yeah, I kind of agree with you on that. That Wednesday did give a little CW tease. I need them to be a little more edgier with this new season. But yeah, and she is the go-to Latina actress. Well, yeah, because you know it's always that one. Just like Pedro Pascal, they got to put him in every damn thing. But he was looking good at that at Cannes Film Festival. I said, "Ooh, he looked like he lost weight, and the muscles was muscular on them arms." I love the peanut allergy kid. He was cute too, and it's the same tour. Oh, okay, thank you. Because I was like, "Is it the same tour?" That was what. Oh wait, you said that was me that told you about. Oh yeah, okay. Because I remember that you were saying that there was some guys, I guess, groaned because there was, I guess, was it two dudes making out or whatever? I was like, okay, go touch grass. It's always the incels that be mad about other people getting some because they can't get none voluntarily. But don't be mad at the other people. Be mad at yourself because you have no game. Anyway, let's move on. You know, today I don't care about how long this episode is going to be because there's a lot of stuff to talk about. Let's just try to get through this Diddy stuff, because honestly, I am so sick and tired of talking about him. I thought that this Diddy trial situation was only going to last 2 weeks. Yeah, they said it's going to be 8 weeks. So that's 2 months. I'm like, what? Do we actually have to sit through 2 months of this mess? I guess so. Oh wait, I can't find Cassie's statement or whatever the case is. I just keep saying everybody talking about reading aloud her messages and all the other mess. But I do also have the secret text message. Remember the text messages that she had to read out aloud in the courtroom or other stuff? Well, apparently I did post a couple of them. I wasn't going through all of them because it was a lot. It was like 17 different things or whatever. And I'm like, okay, this is too much. If y'all want to see that, y'all can definitely go over to my website where it says like in the headline that her husband issued a statement about the testimony and all that other stuff. So y'all can go over there and you can see all the text messages. So, as y'all already know, Combs has maintained his innocence against charges of trafficking, racketeering, conspiracy, and transportation to engage in wrongdoing if convicted on all charges, which also include arson and bribery, which I do believe bribery is a factor, and arson because, you know, he tried to blow up Kid Cudi's car. There was also stories about that he was going to have, I don't know if he was going to unalive Michael B. Jordan, but he was going to do some damage to Michael B. Jordan because at one point Cassie did date him. And it's like, y'all sitting here talking about, oh, she voluntarily stayed and da da da, and y'all up here victim blaming. Even some of you dumbass pundits who, I'm no shade, y'all shouldn't even have the ability to have a YouTube channel if you cannot think critically, and critically as in critical thinker. I think I kind of said, I mean, the kind of thing that's kind of self-explanatory when I said thinking critically. But anyway, because some of y'all, and is a lot of you women out here that's doing it too. I really don't understand the point of women defending Diddy's actions. Oh, you just being a freak. Oh, freak. I mean, y'all shaming somebody for being, no, first of all, ain't nobody out here shaming nobody for being a freak. Ain't nobody shaming nobody on sexual kinks. As y'all know, I am very sex positive. If you ever know me, so the things I posted on social media and the conversations I've had on the show, I have no issue with people who want to let their freak flag fly. If y'all, you know, if you like it, I love it. And I mean that in a positive way, because normally when you like it, I love it. It's like, okay, I don't get it. I don't agree, but if you like it, I love it. That's on you. If you ain't hurting me in your situation, that's what you into. So if you into the water sports, if you into rubbing men's secretions on your nipples, which allegedly was the tea that was, well, not allegedly, it was spilled, that's what Diddy liked to do. That he liked men to finish off up in her. He was into the felching. If y'all know what felching is, y'all know what felching is. If you don't, Google schmoogle. I'm not going in and trying to tell y'all what the felching is, but apparently Diddy was into that and liked when Cassie would take the men's fluid and put it on his nipples and his body and rub himself on it. Maybe that was as close as he was going to get to actually fulfilling his homosexual fantasies by, I may not stick it up in your butt, which allegedly, according to some people, that's what he was in, that he was doing that. Some of these men that was coming out here saying that Diddy did assault them. I don't know if they're going to be called to the stand or whatever the case is. Maybe, I mean, the thing is now 7 weeks because we already 1 week down. And so with all that being said, after everything that Cassie done came out and testified against, which, you know, the drug usage, the violence, the blackmail, and even the R word, and all the other stuff of what she said under oath, now her husband has come out, Alex Stein, because I do have some of the text messages. These are a couple of them. I don't know if y'all could probably read that. It does look really small, where it was like he was apologizing and they were kind of going back and forth. And at one point, he actually, they said that she cheated on Alex with Diddy. And people were saying that, you know what, Alex need to leave her. And I'm sitting there like, why would he leave her? That's his wife. He knew a lot of what was going on. I'm not saying he knew everything. Of course, maybe he found out a lot more when she had to come out and testify. But I'm sure he knew a lot. What people seem to forget. Let me break it down to you how Alex and Cassie met. Alex was Cassie's personal trainer. He got her in shape for them freak offs and all the other things that was going on. So I'm sure during a lot of times he witnessed things, she confided in him with certain things, and he saw a wounded bird that he was going to be like, you know what, I see the potential in you. I see there's much more to you than this. And he was probably like pushing her in a way where it was like he helped her get out of the situation that she was in. I believe that in so many ways that he saved her, but he doesn't want to take a lot of credit for, you know, some of the things that a lot of people say that, yeah, he helped her and all this other stuff, because then I'm going to just read to y'all what he said. He said, over the past 5 days, the world has gotten to witness the strength and bravery of my wife freeing herself of her past. There has been speculation online surrounding how it must feel for me to sit there and listen to my wife's testimony. I have felt so many things sitting there. I have felt tremendous pride and overwhelming love for Cass. I have felt profound anger that she has been subjected to sitting in front of a person who tried to break her, which is what I've said about people who, that buck breaking. They did it with slaves back in the day, breaking you down until you're nothing, until you comply with whatever it is that your master or whatever wants you to do. It's the same thing with sex traffickers. When you get a sex slave or whatever the case is, or somebody that you're manipulating, you break them down mentally. Then you break them in until they feel like that they're nothing but a damn vessel for people to just, like what do you call it? A cum rag. That's basically what you treated her as. I don't even think Diddy loved Cassie. I don't think, in no shade. Oh, you know what? Fuck it. All the shade and all the tea. I think that Cassie and all the women, Kim Porter, Misa, all of them, I don't think Diddy loved any of them broads that he was with. He's a narcissist. He's an egomaniacal prick. He's an asshole. I've been saying this for as long as Aubrey O'Day's been saying. I'm going to get into what Aubrey said. Like, I've been shouting it from the rooftop, Diddy ain't nothing but the devil. Now, all of a sudden, everybody's coming to this revelation. And you will always have them incels out there that will defend and will hard. And I've seen a lot of them. Damn, I wish I had taken a picture of them incels that were standing outside with the damn free Diddy t-shirts. I looked at all of them like, you couldn't get pussy if you paid for it. Literally looking at all them incels that were standing outside. No way. Even if they paid for the coochie, them bitches be like, no, ma'am, you can keep the coin. I don't want it. Get somebody else to do it. And it ain't gonna be me spreading my leg. I don't care how much money your ass got. I ain't gonna let you breathe your horrid breath all over my vagina. That's French for vagina. Chris's version of French for vagina. Vagine. That's me being fancy, like regime. Anyway, let me get back to what he said, and then me stop being silly. So he says, so to him and all those who helped him along the way, please know this. You did not break her spirit. Nor her smile. I wish he would have said you didn't break her soul, but that would have been too on it with the Beyonce reference. So anyway, he said you did not break her spirit, nor her smile that lights up every room. You did not break the souls of a mother who gives the best hugs and plays the silliest games with our little girls. You did not break the woman who has made me a better man. I also heard that Cassie is like the baby that she's currently pregnant with is a boy. So shout out to her that she finally, she got her 2 girls and now she has a son coming. So that's good. That's good that she's, got at least both sexes. Because I know some people just love the fact that it's like, well, damn, I mean, all these girls, like, can I get a boy? But anyway, he said, I did not save Cassie, as some have said. To say that is an insult to the years of painful work my wife has done to save herself. Cassie saved Cassie. She alone broke free from abuse, coercion, violence, and threats. She did the work of fighting the demons, and only a demon himself could have done to her. All I have done is love her as she loved me. Her life is now surrounded by love, laughter, and our family. This horrific chapter is forever put behind us, and we will not be making additional statements. We appreciate all the love and support we have received, and we ask that you respect our privacy as we welcome our son into a world that is now safer because of his mom. So I love the fact that, it's like, yeah, we gave a statement, we put it out here, it is what it is, take it as you will, and I'm not speaking no more on it. She did her testimony. She said what she said. She put it behind her. I know a lot of people, some people have been out here saying that she got $100 million settlement. It came out in the court that it was $20 million. Some people say it's not enough. I feel like you can't put a price on abuse. So pay me for my pain. And I'll take whatever I can get. And also the word on the curb is she's getting an extra 10 mil from the hotel that pretty much the video that we saw of Diddy running down the hall with that old big ass gut of his and the man titties and that little ass white towel he had on, kicking, her down in the more rainbow socks he had on. How you doing? And beating her up and down the hall like she's a bunch of nothing. But it looked like she was trying to run. And that was like what she said, that she had just finished an FO and trying to, I guess, was just tired of Diddy BS and just, packed her bags up and left. But then again, she didn't pack her bags. She just packed up whatever she had. I think she had shoes on. She just had whatever was on her and was just ready to go. That goes to show that was a woman at her wits' end. So I love the fact that, you know what, she found somebody in her life that showed that, you know what, love is not this mess that Diddy is showing you. And there's a lot of you out here that are a bunch of wounded damn birds that sit up in here and still defending his foolishness, trying to equate it as just, y'all just condemning a man because he's freaky and he's sexual. No, nobody's condemning them on that. If you want to be sexual and freaky in your stuff, then you do that. Nobody's judging you on that, because it's consenting adults doing what consenting adults do. But when you put it in a situation where people are being held against their will, when you're abusing people, when you're harming people physically and stuff, and you're using your power to control them, then it's not just people being freaky any damn more. But I guess there's some people out here that's just not mentally able to comprehend that. And then just because you've grown don't necessarily mean that you have the emotional intelligence to handle a lot of certain things. And why is nobody still talking about the fact that here was a girl who was 19 years old that was courted and groomed by a man pushing 40? Why is nobody talking about that? They keep saying, oh, she wanted it and she was this and it was that. She was an inexperienced young woman who, yeah, she saw, maybe she did see opportunities, because this was a man who had this high reputation in the music business that could have helped push her career. And she's looking at it as, oh yeah, I'm going to be a big star and all this other stuff. And that's what a lot of people want. They want that dream. They want to be able to get out of the poverty or whatever situation they're in. And they want to be able to have the big success, the glam, the fame, the money, all the other stuff that comes with being a successful artist. But Diddy, in the back of his mind, because he's old and he knows better, he's been around the world than I, and he's had a lot way more experiences than her, is going to run off and have other motives behind what he's doing. So of course nobody's going to look at that. But y'all want to sit up here and victim blame, because I guess it's easier to do that. So shout out to Cassie. Shout out to Alex Stein. You know, the trial is still continuing. I said, like, they said it's going to be 8 weeks. Now we're down to 7 because the week is over. And yeah, so shout out to Cassie, shout out to her husband, shout out to the family, and fuck you, Diddy. So I say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story? Do you well, the overall story regarding Cassie's testimony, her husband's statement, all that good stuff. Whatever your thoughts are, let me know in the comments down below. It is a big segment, because I'm just gonna have to like break it on up, because I was like, if I add all it together, it's gonna be a mess. But before I get to your comments, because I see there's a couple of them up in there, let's get to let's get to this Dawn Richard story. So Dawn Richard did take the stand on Friday, but I believe after Cassie's testimony, Dawn Richard got up on the podium and gave her a statement, but they had to cut it short. So she had to come back today and give a statement regarding of what went down. And you already know, or maybe y'all don't know, but her attorney is Lisa Bloom, aka Gloria Allred's daughter. But I did keep open, shout out to the New York Post, because I had to keep open their situation to find out what's the tea. What's the tea? Now tell me what's the tea. So Dawn Richard of Danity Kane, a pop group formed, as y'all know, by the Diddlers' early 2000 reality show. Technically it wasn't his show. That was a Lou Pearlman show, because remember, they had that other group that was on there, that little, what was that? O-Town. It was O-Town was a part of making the band and stuff before Diddy, of course, because he can never come up with an original idea, decided to take that show and did what he did with it. So, you know, she is testifying against him this morning, and that would be Monday, in his trafficking trial in Manhattan. Now, Richard, who's 41, sued Combs last year, saying he SA'd and imprisoned her and threatened her life when she intervened to help Cassie Ventura, Diddy's ex-girlfriend, who testified in the case for 4 days last week about an alleged decade of R-word stuff, abuse, and forced freak-off sexual marathons with male escorts orchestrated by the Diddler. Now, Cassie's ex-best friend, Carrie Morgan, is now on the stand. They said testifying about terrifying abuse she says she witnessed her former friend endure at the hands of the Bad Boy Records founder. I think also, if I'm not mistaken, Carrie revealed that she was also knocked around by Diddy. So she, he put pause on her apparently, and then they talk about how the trial is not televised, blah blah blah, so on and so forth. So, let me scroll on down and see because they spilled a lot of tea up in here regarding what had went down. So they definitely was keeping us abreast of what was going on. So they said, um, the singer and the other Danny Kaye members were recording in the studio of Combs' LA mansion when they witnessed the incident in which he was screaming belligerent, asking where his food was. Because there was a situation where it was like they were, in the house, and Diddy came down and was like, "Where my effing food?" And they said that oh, Cassie can't do nothing right, and he was trying to hit her with a skillet with his egg. So yeah, he beating her over some damn eggs. I'm like, you don't really know how to handle your emotions. Like you just be throwing temper tantrums. Like it's just and you grown, like grow up. So now they said she said that she saw Diddy beat his girlfriend often, including once coming at her with a skillet, knocking her on the floor. And she said he came downstairs angry and was saying, "Where the fuck was his eggs?" This is what she recalled at Combs' federal trafficking trial. Now they also said, so I'm gonna scroll through because they keep writing the same thing. The second week of trial and the bombshell. Well, okay, like get to the T, get to the point. New York Post. And then they said that Combs usually got his drugs delivered by a dealer named One Stop to his home recording studio, and along with the drug haul, he also received Plan B birth control. They also said that why are they repeating the same things though? She also said that she saw Combs buy and take a slew of party drugs, including Molly, ecstasy, booger sugar, ketamine, and pot. So then they also said that Don Richard is now being cross-examined by Sean Diddy Combs' defense lawyer Nicole Westmoreland, and this was about 4 hours ago. And so then they also I was like, let's move on to like we inside now of the trial, right? So another person said, I mean, not another person, but celebrities including singers Usher and Neo and music exec Jimmy Iovine were at a restaurant when Sean Diddy Combs punched Cassie Ventura in the stomach. I do remember hearing this story. And they said Dawn Richard was grilled by Combs' lawyer, Nicole Westmoreland, about why, on direct examination, she didn't divulge that the A-listers were at the West Hollywood restaurant where Combs allegedly gut punched Ventura, saying, quote, "Any reason you left those individuals out when the government asked you the question?" This is what she asked Richard. She said, "She just asked me who was there. Why didn't you say their names?" The defense attorney continued to press. "I'm not sure." Richard answered. It wasn't clear from testimony whether the trio of notables had witnessed the alleged assault. Well, even if they did reveal the assault, would y'all have to call them to the stand to find out if they actually said anything? Child, we don't need to know we know who Don Richard is. Are they serious with that? It's like, who is Don Richard? I don't know. I should have probably used this New York Post article because this is annoying. Like now that I'm reading it, it's just the way they're putting it out. It's just y'all are annoying me with this whole situation. So now they also said that Diddy's lawyer gets aggressive with Dawn Richard as she tries to tear apart her testimony. And I find it, and why I can't say I find it funny. I think the reason why they didn't go too hard on Cassie is because she's pregnant. I think she's like 8 months, but Dawn Richard ain't pregnant, so they feel like okay, we can go in and we can do the whole swoop down on her. So Sean Diddy Combs' lawyer, Nicole Westmoreland, has been trying to pick apart Dawn Richard's testimony during aggressive grilling. Westmoreland, for instance, honed in on Richard varying accounts of the first time Richard allegedly saw Combs beat then-girlfriend Cassie Ventura at his LA home in 2009, highlighting variations in her testimony from Friday to Monday and during Richard's numerous interviews with prosecutors. On Friday, Richard claimed the day after the assault, Combs gave her a veiled threat that he would kill Richard if she ever divulged what she saw, saying, quote, "Mr. Combs had threatened you," Westmoreland said during the clinical and relentless questioning. "You perceived the threats as death threats. You feared for your life." Well, obviously, if somebody said they're going to kill me, duh, bitch. And then Richard responded when she was scared, saying, quote, "You're away from Combs in 2011, but then you come and ask him to work with him again?" Mm-hmm. Richard responded. Combs wearing a camel neck sweater and a white t-shirt and a white shirt underneath is observing from the defense table next to his lawyers and hasn't shown any reaction so far. So I know some people find it weird that, why would you continue to work with somebody who threatened to take your life? Like, why would you do that? And then they had the one-time best friend of Cassie, Carrie Morgan, testify. And she is apparently the fifth witness. So she went and said, this is the reason why their relationship soured. Morgan testified that her friendship with Ventura ended after she was allegedly assaulted by Diddy in 2018. Saying her boyfriend assaulted me, Morgan, who met Ventura on modeling shoots when the pair were in their teens, testified. She then identified Ventura's ex as Sean Combs, pointing him out by his yellow sweater in the courtroom. Well, he trying to dress like he Bill Cosby all of a sudden, or Mr. Rogers. So then the second alleged assault happened around January 2013 when a group of friends, including Combs, Ventura, and Morgan, were all on a trip in Jamaica. They said the Florida music mogul got incensed when Ventura took too long in the bathroom. 2 minutes later, I heard screaming, Morgan recalled, adding it was terrifying. Morgan said she saw Combs drag Ventura 10 feet along the floor before Morgan grabbed her purse in case she had to run. Saying when she came back, Combs was outside with Ventura. I saw him push her on the ground and she hit her head on a brick. She didn't move. Morgan said Ventura was lying in a loose fetal position and her eyes were closed. I thought she was knocked out, noting Ventura appeared to be out for 20 to 30 seconds. The two women bolted and crouched in a ditch for what felt like hours as they hid from Combs. Child, I wish a motherfucker would put his hands on me. You would not be allowed to even breathe or whatever. So now they also said that she told jurors about the 2 times she saw Diddy allegedly assault Ventura. The first time she saw Combs push Ventura when she thought she also saw him hit her while they were in the primary bedroom of the Bad Boy Records founder's LA home, and she was standing in the entryway. Now, after Morgan left the house and Ventura and the pair hid out on the front steps of a neighbor's house for 30 minutes. So they were doing a whole lot of hiding. And I already told her about the second time when they went to Jamaica. So, and then they said that Diddy tried to bust open Cassie's front door with a hammer after the infamous hotel beating. She also said that Ventura's former best friend, Carrie, was at Ventura's home when her friend arrived with a black eye before Combs showed up 30 minutes later. He was hitting the door with a hammer to try to open it. Morgan then said that she was terrified when she saw Combs through the peephole using a tool to try to break in, but Ventura looked numb. I was freaking out. I don't think Ventura cared if Combs came in and killed her. The scene unfolded after Combs was caught on hotel surveillance film viciously attacking Ventura in the hallway of the Intercontinental Hotel in Century City, LA. Now, I'm wondering what all this, with him going off and just having like these full rage moments of I'm beating doors down with a hammer, I'm knocking her to the floor, she's hitting her head, he's kicking her, doing something. At one point, because we've seen that abusers tend to do this, at one point, you didn't think that, okay, so if you actually take the life of this girl, who's taking the rap for it? Because you already got away with it one time by letting Shine take the rap for that pow situation that happened at the club. Who was you going to blame on this, Carrie? Who was you going to have take the rap for your violent rages? Now, that's what I want to know. So, yeah, even if Diddy wasn't out here trafficking girls or whatever the case is, this man does not need to see the light of day. He does not need to be around no damn human beings. And when people talk about, well, his kids, he should have thought of all of that before he was doing all the stuff that he did. So fuck his kids. I don't give a good goddamn about his children and them being spared or whatever the case was. They'll be fine. And I'm sure they're probably showing up in the courtroom because they want to know where they stand in that damn will. Because if Daddy ain't working and none of these other kids is working, who buying King Combs music? What the hell does Justin do? I guess he'll be taken care of because of Misa, but Misa got more things to worry about. She got to worry about her lawsuit against Mary J. Blige. That's what she need to be worrying about. And all them kids he had with Kim Porter, I guess they'll all be fine, including the twins that just went on and had their old what they have? They what was it? They went to prom with some dudes or whatever the case was. But child, I believe every word that's coming out about this man. I've been telling y'all that Diddy ain't nothing but the devil. But I will keep you guys abreast of the stories that develops. I'm not going to try to make this a dominant force because, yeah, I don't want to sit up here and just be talking about this man every day. I really don't. Because it's like, I be having way more topics to talk about. But I definitely want to hear from y'all. What do y'all think of this story regarding the latest on what Dawn had to say? That's all I have on the stuff right now. The case is still ongoing. The trial is still happening in New York City, where I live. And yeah, I'll definitely keep you guys abreast of any new details that comes out as it develops. So I definitely want to hear from y'all. Leave your comments, leave your thoughts. Apparently, I can't talk today. In the comments down below. All right, so now let's scroll on up and see what everybody's saying. A gay kiss. I need not a sedative. Wait, if you do an MRI, aren't you supposed to do a if they give you an MRI, aren't you supposed to have like a sedative or something? I always wonder. Look, I've never had an MRI. I've never had to go on those machines. I know my mother has, but I've never had to go on those in an MRI machine. So I don't know what actually happens with that. But I know if I I already know now that I've seen that scene in Final Destination, I already know like I'm taking everything off. Because you're not gonna have me getting magnetized. Yeah, yeah. You want to know something? There's been a lot of condolences, but there's been a lot of people saying some real evil shit on social media regarding Joe Biden and that whole situation. And regardless of how you feel about people, I would never want to wish something like that on them. I understand like people are mad at a lot of the political decisions that he's made, and y'all feel that Joe Biden's a Zionist. And yes, he should pay for the things that he's done by allowing Netanyahu to do the things that he's done to a lot of Palestinians and the Middle East situations and all the other stuff that's been going on. But I'm not going to sit up here and wish the death on some people. Like even recently, Angelica Ross put out this thing, and I sent them screenshots to EJ and DJ, who y'all can see right here. What I send y'all? She put, wait, hold on, because it was a link. But I got to scroll on it because Spike Lee out here looking like a damn pumpkin. So yeah, she put, I truly wish for Biden to have a full recovery and beat his cancer. Fuck cancer, but also fuck Biden and his fan club. I would like to see him live to be out on trial with Netanyahu for their war crimes. And you know what? You could put Trump right next to him because I feel like he's done even worse. But they're both just as guilty. But when you taking money from AIPAC and Miriam Adelson, because Sheldon is dead, but now when you taking stuff from Miriam Adelson, Trump, and when you take it from AIPAC, Biden and a couple of you other Democrats and somebody, including what the hell is his name? The little high yellow fat one that was out in Jersey. Cory Booker. Yeah, that bitch is big. You ain't see her when she waddled her way out here on The View, was trying to act like he was like the Democratic savior. I'm like, girl, if you don't go sit your tired ass down somewhere, I can see why Rosario Dawson left his fat ass. But anyway, so it said, I would love to see him live out to be on trial with Netanyahu and for his war crimes, but rather he rot in prison for the remainder of his days. Went on to say, I really love my photo with President Obama. That does not change my utter disappointment in learning about all the terrible things he did during his presidency, including being the deporter in chief. Let's not forget that. And I voted for him, so I can talk on it, including kicking a trans woman of color out of the White House that day. So many of you cannot be trusted with the way you've idolized politicians and celebrities. Karma comes for us all. The only thing you could do is tip the scale of cause and effect by creating good causes. Everything is karma. Me being trans is karma. All old Buddhist teachings would say it's bad, but that is an incorrect view. Karma in and of itself is not a good or bad thing. It is cause and effect. Like smoking cigarettes can cause cancer, but everyone who smokes cigarettes does not get cancer. The concept of karma is often used by folks who don't know what it is or how it works. Yeah, that is so true, because I've always heard people sit and say, oh, that's karma. Y'all always think like karma is just some evil shit. Like, no, that's not how karma works. Karma is not, oh, if you smoke a cigarette, you get cancer. Oh, karma is not, oh, if you wish death on somebody, you gonna get death. We all gonna die, duh. I'm like, how you gonna sit there and say that? Like, aren't we all gonna die and leave this earth? It's inevitable. We're all dying. Human beings, animals, trees, whatever you call it, everything dies and comes back. Except we ain't coming back, or we coming back in another form. If you believe in reincarnation, where you're reincarnated into something else, which I kind of do believe in reincarnation. But you said what now? Now they're talking about Ashley Babbitt's family to be paid $5 million in wrongful death lawsuit. No, the bitch deserved to die. First of all, you was up in there during January 6th, being a hot ass mess. You fucked around and you found out. So how she get paid? This is why I can't with this administration. This whole administration is a damn joke. But yeah, shout out to Joe Biden. But I'm wondering, because some people thinking, is this a cover up? Because I did see him on The View last week. I didn't sit and watch the whole episode. I watched him walk out. I watched him sit down. I maybe listened to like 5 minutes. I'm like, okay, y'all literally just tell Joe Biden to bend over at the table and y'all all take turns eating his ass, because that's literally what it was giving, that episode of The View. Like, y'all all want to take turns reenacting the scene out of The Human Centipede. Just have Whoopi be the first one with her head up his ass, and then start the other women, including that fake ass Sarah Haynes. I don't like her, and I damn sure don't like that Alyssa. But yeah, when he came out, he's like, he looked fine to me. So where was the situation where his cancer is so aggressive that it's affecting his bones? Because when he walked out, he was fine. He looked fine to me. So I don't know. I'm like, are y'all lying about the cancer? Because y'all don't want us to know that he got dementia. Because that's the alleged rumor that's going around. But look, he ain't the only one that got brain rot. Because allegedly, well, not even alleged, it's kind of obvious that, you know what, our current president, brain done rotted out of his head. And then you had his dumbass, even dumber son, Don Jr., thinking, oh, what? Joe Biden didn't know her husband was dying and she a doctor? She's not a medical doctor. Are you? Jesus Christ. I just can't. It's like, Google is your friend. You can literally Google and find out what type of doctor she is. Because it's like, you think just because she is Dr. Jill Biden that she's an actual doctor? There are people with doctor degrees and stuff like that. So you know that she was an actual practicing doctor? Like, look it up to see how she got her doctorate. Oh my God. It's just like, you know what? When you've been spending your whole life pretending to be a businessman, you wouldn't know what it's like to actually have a real job. A lot of women are learning how misogynistic men are. I don't know how they just now figuring that out. I went back to watch your Cassie trail videos after the supports she's been getting online. Long way to go, and the boys are going. Oh, you said my cat. Damn, I was like, oh, I said trail. I meant trial. I was like, yeah, I forgot. You said not felching. That's what she likes. She like the felching. And everybody else ain't calling it felching. I'm calling it felching because that's literally what it is. If somebody's ejaculating up in your stuff, be it your bussy or your pussy, and they opening their mouth and want you to secrete that said cream in their mouth, that is felching. You know, a lot of guys that were into that. I don't know what felching was when I was like in my 20s, because somebody told me that. See, this is where I'm going to get myself in trouble. When I worked for ACQC in Queens, we had a client that apparently was into that. And somebody went and told me that tea. I was like, what the fuck is felching? When they told me what it was, I was like, but I was young. I didn't know, but I've never done it. But I was like, ew. But these days, I don't judge as much as I used to, but I still be judging. Because, you know, I wouldn't be a Virgo if I didn't judge. Alex is such a good husband. Yes, and you want to know, a lot of people can try to tell him to leave her. No, y'all don't know what the fuck love is. That's why y'all be running around talking about leave somebody. Because you ain't never had nobody that loved up on you regardless of things that happened in your past. And like I said, he understood because he was there in a lot of situations. He was her personal trainer. That's how they met. So, yeah, he was in the bubble a little bit, but not fully. And there have been many times where he dissed Diddy, called him a homosexual, and even said he was going to beat his ass, which I would have loved to have seen. I would love to have seen a man challenge him, because he be running around always beating up on women because he know that's what he can get away with. But I would love to see him try to pull that on a dude. Oh, he would have been, you know, you could have knocked all them big ass teeth he got out his mouth. It's unfortunate that Diddy songs most likely can't be used as evidence because his spoken in outro on Keisha Cole's Last Night falls too in line with the. You might be right on that. Keisha Cole's another one that's a damn bird. I know because I worked behind the scenes on when I was at VH1, and I worked behind the scenes on a project that featured Keisha Cole. I was the only one in the room that knew who she was because I was the only person of color that was working up in there. Everybody else was white working on that interview, but Chris was the one, of course, that knew who Keisha Cole was. Which is fitting how when I be telling y'all stuff about the business, how y'all don't have enough diverse people working behind the scenes. I've been telling you, and this was during like 2008 when all this went down. And this was like when I was in college. I said there was a resurfaced audio clip going around where Janet revealed she was invited to one of Diddy's parties, but was scared to go. I would not be surprised. Like she'll go to Studio 54, which had a lot of their own freakisms going on. And she did go to Studio 54, but she's like, Diddy party is team too much. I've heard rumors that some people saying that based off of like how she's looking, that she may be having a girl. I don't know all them signs, but you know, people always talk about, yeah, if your stomach is hanging a certain way, and if they walk a certain way or something, whatever, you know, all those little superstitions. They be like, oh, I could tell she having a girl. Okay, well, we'll see when she push that baby out. But I don't know all them tells. So I saw a clip of Gaga saying she was invited to a Diddy party and they tried to get her to take her clothes off, and she said no and left. Look, she said, if I'm going to take my clothes off, I'm going to take it off on stage. I'm not going to be taking my clothes off when I'm in the row with you hoes. Diddy was admiring her too at the 2009 VMAs when she was performing Paparazzi, always bunching off somebody. He always came across as like a succubus. You always want to attach yourself to anything that's hot because you have no talent. Diddy's good at he has a good ear for music, but if you talk about talent, he always had other people coming up with his stuff. She started tearing up and was saying she never wanted to have to say his name again. I want Aubrey to testify. Well, she's not going to be able to, and I'm going to tell you why in a second when I get to her story. I said, did you like Rihanna's new song for the Smurfs movie? I didn't hear it, but I heard a lot of people was dragging her talking about what the hell is this? But I know it was just like a lot was going on when people was talking about it. I was just like, I didn't care enough to even like I've been wanting Rihanna music for so long, and when we finally get it, I'm just like, whatever. I don't care. But I will check it out. I just forgot about it. Not to speculate, but about serious topic. But how much do you want to bet Diddy was a producer that hope that it wasn't him? But then again, I wouldn't be surprised because yeah, she did talk about that she was assaulted by someone. It would be nice to know like who was it. But anyway, let's move on, y'all. And let's talk about Aubrey O'Day, who I know a lot of people was hoping and praying that she was going to come out and testify against the diddler because, you know, she has been, you know, screaming through a foghorn about his no good behind for decades. I would say 20 years. But unfortunately, and she did say that she is not going to be testifying in the trial. And the reason why she would not be testifying is because if you are going to be a potential witness, like you notice that Dawn Richard, Cassie, all these people that have come forward so far that have been on trial have not said a word, is because if you're being subpoenaed to speak in a case, you cannot be out here running your mouth to the press. And Aubrey's been speaking to the press. That producer that worked on Diddy's Love album was speaking to the press and all this other stuff. So I think that's why they're not being asked to speak on trial. So that's why Aubrey is not out here going to be able to say anything because she's been running her mouth in these streets. So now in an exclusive statement to people, the former Daddy Kane singer who's 41, 44, was not subpoenaed or called to testify, saying, this trial is bittersweet for me as I've been speaking the truth about Diddy for 20 years now. She then explains that her podcast on the saga, still speaking to Amy Robot and TJ Holmes, they still got a damn podcast. I still don't believe their relationship is real, but whatever. They said Aubrey O'Day, Amy Robot and TJ Holmes present Aubrey O'Day covering the Diddy trial. So now Aubrey running around here like she a reporter, like now she the white Rolanda Watts, like you out on the scene with the gangster lean about to report from what's going on at the trial. I mean, do what you got to do to make that money. So it said that, yeah, it will allow her to heal nearly 2 decades after Combs, who's 55, removed her from Danny Kane on MTV's Making the Band. Because y'all remember back in 2008, she was fired on camera. And I think it was because he was talking about, Aubrey being too sexy. She trying to change up her image. And I'm sitting there like, we didn't want Sex Kitten from them girls. One of my favorite, you know, I do like Danny Kane's music, but one of the best albums, in my opinion, that's full on, gives me my full homosexual life, is Welcome to the Dollhouse. You can't tell me that is not the gayest pop record to come out from that group. Damage, Striptease, bitch. When Striptease come on, I makes you want to take your clothes off. it definitely makes you feel like that you got your imaginary wig on and you want to be doing like it definitely gives me that. So striptease is my shit. So I don't know what y'all talking about. And then Diddy up in there getting in his feelings, and I think it was because Aubrey had a mouth. She was willing to challenge him on a lot of things, and he don't like it. He don't like. It just seems like he don't like women who are in control. He always wants to be in control. He thought he was the sixth member of not only Danity Kane, but Day 26. He wanted to be the star of making the band. I just think that he didn't take either of them groups serious. He just thought it was going to be a cute type of show, that it was going to be for him to be all over TV and do whatever, even when it was with the band, where he still had them running across to Brooklyn to freaking Junior's to get him a damn cheesecake. I would be that. You know what? It's funny. I'll say like, shit, you would not catch me out here doing that. But then again, let me travel back to that time. Probably would have. Because that's like when you feel like when you want something so bad and you hungry, not for the cheesecake, but you hungry for the moment of being famous, that you're going to be able to get out of the hood and out of poverty, and you're going to be able to take care of your family. You would do anything to have that. And that's what that symbolized. Some people will find that problematic. It felt a bit masochistic on Diddy's part because it's, oh, I got control over y'all. I can make y'all do whatever I want. Because I got y'all, I have your career in the palm of my hands. I can make or break you. And while that makes for good TV, when looking back on it, it's kind of shady that you manipulate and take advantage of these people who are hungry to have what you have. Because I'm wondering if when you made it to where you were at the time, were there people out there doing that to you? So she says, this podcast is the first step in reclaiming my voice and character that I was robbed of when I was abruptly fired from my band in order to appear discredited. My heart goes out to all the victims, especially those who have been spared and anyone taken these claims seriously prior. My sincere hope is that justice will prevail and for there to be further systemic changes within the music industry to prevent all forms of abuse from those in a position of power. This is what she concluded. O'Day, as you know, first confirmed that she would not be testifying against Combs during the premiere episode of the iHeartRadio project, telling TJ Holmes, no, I'm not here to testify for the Diddy trial that I know of. She went on to say that she was contacted by Homeland Security and did have a meeting with the organization, saying, quote, I posted on my Instagram that I was here in New York to enjoy myself because I wanted to make it clear to everyone that I am not here testifying. And this is what she clarified, referencing social media posts she shared that caused speculation among fans. Now, Combs, who was arrested in 2024 of September, has denied, of course, all the allegations against him, as someone would if they don't want to be out here going to prison for the rest of their life. Because if he is convicted, he will be spending the rest of his life in prison. He's already started doing like what? Maybe it was September. He's only been in jail. So he's been in there for about 8 months. Now, if Austin Wolf keep it up, you know what? His thing has been postponed so many damn times. Literally June of next month, which will be June. It'll be a year he's been behind bars and still ain't set a damn trial date. But we got trial dates on his bunkmates. Well, they're not technically bunkmates, but they're all up under the same roof. Luigi Mangione and the Diddler. So we already went through the whole Cassie situation, all her bombshell statements. You already know that Dawn Richard was currently on the stand testifying, and they went, Diddy's team, they cross-examined and they went a little hard on her. Excuse me, as if they couldn't go hard on Cassie because, she is pregnant. And as I said before, Cassie, which a lot of people didn't know until it was brought up in the courtroom, we all thought, a lot of people was going around saying, oh, she made $100 million and stuff from Diddy. That was her settlement. It was actually $20 million. So she made over $30 million because the 20 comes from Diddy. And, what all the things he did to her and her having all the evidence to go up against him. And he tried to call her bluff. And she was like, no, I'm going to take your ass down. And you see how after all that stuff came out, within less than 24 hours, he settled for $20 million. And now she's about to make the additional 10 comes from the Intercontinental Hotel, where she got that beat down that we seen that video that was all over CNN and all these other websites that continuously show this thing like it's on a damn loop. which is annoying. It's like, we got it. We know she got her behind Katy. We don't need to see y'all continuously showing it and showing it and showing it. Because I feel like that's a way that y'all brainwash people. When you continuously show something over and over and over and over and over again, and then you expect them, well, apparently they found a jury. Because I was like, y'all expect these people to not be able to see these videos the way that y'all was running it into the ground? So yeah, so she apparently, the word on the curb is she made off with $10 million from the Intercontinental situation because Diddy was able to get the footage and they covered up the whole situation instead of helping her, which is what y'all should have did instead of thinking like, oh, well, a celebrity coming up in y'all hotel and keeping his discretion was made way more important than the person being victimized by this celebrity. So now y'all out of $10 million. So she did say that it's a forever thing that you have to wake up every day and choose to evolve past. It doesn't go away. It's like childhood trauma. We don't think it just disappears in our 30s, but really we start realizing how bad it really is in our 30s. That's absolutely true. So like when you're in your 30s and 40s, I feel like that's a time of reflection. That's when we see all the things. And it's like you have to just find a way to either deal with those situations, or some people will self-medicate, but you have to realize when you start self-medicating because you don't want to deal with those traumatic issues that you had to deal with when you was a kid or whatever the case is, or even when you were in an abusive relationship with, be it with your family or your significant other, whatever the case is, that's only a temporary Band-Aid because you can suppress it, but eventually it does, that water boils to the top and it spills over. And those, you still have to deal with those traumatic situations. So nip it in the bud right away, see a therapist, get the help you need. There are many of outlets and things of that nature when you could deal with SA. I do believe, hold on, let me see if I got, because I'm sure I got one of the DV stuff. Yeah, I definitely, I always come with something. So yeah, if you out here experiencing domestic violence and all the other stuff, you better call that hotline. So I say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story regarding what Miss Aubrey had to say about Diddy? Are you bummed that, yeah, she's not going to be able to testify against him and stuff in court? Well, even if she doesn't get to testify, at least now, Amy Robach and the TJ Holmes have found another way to continue their grift going because quiet as it's kept. Nobody care about them in a corny ass relationship. So now they got to find another way to make a butt and keep y'all interested in wanting to check out whatever they got going over there. So they decided to bring in Miss Aubrey because, Aubrey is a firecracker. Aubrey is somebody who's very opinionated. And even when I posted something online about Diddy, I think it was like, the devil finally got his due, whatever she did like that and reposted it with something I commented on or posted it under her or whatever. So yeah, let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. You said Rihanna's song has a good beat, but it's really repetitive. She probably didn't put no kind of effort into it. It was probably like one of those cutting room floor tracks. She was like, you know what? I think I got something in the vault that I'm not even using. We'll just give them this and throw a little something on it and call it that. It's kind of like those songs that she did for the Black Panther Wakanda Forever soundtrack. Remember when she did it? Lift me up. That song was so dull. I'm like, girl, this song is boring. I was trying to give her the benefit of the doubt. I'm like, what song is boring? Even more boring. Is it that song or that Morgan Wallen song with Tate McRae? I don't know which song is worse. Well, actually, you know what? Anything with Morgan Wallen is trash. So we'll go with that. But yeah, that song that he got with Tate McRae, I'm like, what is the point of this? Like she's doing her Miss somebody. What's the name of that damn song? Miss Representative, Miss Independent. Oh wait, Miss Independent is Kelly Clarkson. But she on her little tour right now, doing her little high kicks and her splits and channeling her inner Britney Spears. And Morgan Wallen out here still being a bum and a racist and a loser. Blech. That song is trash. But you want to know something? His audience is like boring a damn self. So of course you're gonna play it safe and um that's the music you're gonna put out. Who told Miss Possessive? Well, she must have been possessed when she did that damn song. I like her, but she's doing too much for so little. She probably does because she probably realizing, fuck, I probably shouldn't have did this song. She probably was out here listening to people. Be like, you know what? You should do a song with Morgan Wallen. And she was probably like, okay, not realizing how problematic he is. And then she hearing all the stuff online, and she probably getting dragged for it. It's like, damn, maybe I shouldn't have did that song. It sucked that Tate McRae will get number one, but not sports car. Well, I guess is that, you know what, she'll get her number one song based off of her collaborating with this guy rather than a number one song of her own. Okay. Whatever that, I guess that is. And you want to know something? I did not know that Kid Rock had a restaurant. I found that out. I'm like, Kid Rock got a restaurant probably in some old hillbilly town with like common, population 2. And I guess now because, with all the ICE raids and all this other stuff, that he got a lot of undocumented workers that work at his restaurant, so they're afraid of getting deported. There was a story that I saw on that was all over YouTube. I'm like, look at this hypocrite. Anyway, let's move on, y'all. We have some more Diddy news. But this time, it involves Biebs, Justin Bieber. So Justin Bieber's team is finally breaking their silence over them rumors that Justin Bieber may have been diddled by the diddler, because there's been a lot of stories that have been going around where people think that, yeah, Diddy, because remember, Diddy had a close relationship with Justin Bieber at one point. They went on, I think, what talk show was it? I think it might have been Jimmy Fallon or, oh no, it was Jimmy Kimmel. And they all got fucking Jimmys over there. Apparently, y'all running low on actual different diversity. So everybody named Jimmy at this point. But anyway, so yeah, they went on Jimmy Kimmel, declaring their big friendship and how he saw Justin as his little brother, was taking him under his wing, all this other stuff. But people think like because of this weird behavior that they've been seeing with Justin and the crash outs and him going and hanging out with Diddy, Trey Songz, that they think that boy been touched by some people in the industry. But Justin People said there's no truth to that. So reps for Justin Bieber said on Thursday that he is not a victim of the crimes alleged in Sean Diddy Combs' trafficking trial. It said the SEX word, breaking his silence to address online speculation that has swirled for months over the teenage heartthrob. Well, he's not a teenage heartthrob anymore. The boy is in his 30s, and the disgraced music mogul, saying, quote, although Justin is not among Sean Combs' victims, there are individuals who were genuinely harmed by him, a spokesperson for Bieber told TMZ on Thursday night. Shifting focus away from this reality detracts from the justice these victims rightfully deserve. Now, we don't need to go through what he's currently on trial for. We know it. We talk about it every time I do a story on the diddler. Now, they said in recent months, old images and videos of the pair and then teenage Bieber alongside the 30-something Combs have resurfaced, with fans speculating that the Biebs, now 31, was the victim of nefarious activity. Now, in a video Bieber posted on YouTube in 2019, Diddy was showing Bieber a Lamborghini and told him that he could have it when he turned 16. I'm kind of thinking, should I show this video? I don't know if we might get in trouble for it. I was like, hold on, let me oh wait. I think I might, yeah, hold on. I might be able to show it. It's actually from Justin Bieber on his YouTube. Hold on, let's go over to that so we can watch this as a class. Please hold. Let me turn the volume up. And then we could play it. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so as soon as you turn 16, you know what I'm saying? I'm gonna let you rock this every time you come in LA. Yeah, this will be yours. So every time you come in LA, it's a little dusty, but you know, go get the front shot in it.
Man.
And then out. Minute.
Woo. Okay.
Okay.
All right, so I'm gonna be driving this next year.
Yeah, when you get 16, you come down there, you gotta, wear your seat.
I mean, I'm 15. You could ride in the passenger seat. I got my permit. Now that
I'm screaming.
Not yet.
No.
All right, no. 16.
No, 16. Let's slow down. Let's slow down, Justin.
Okay.
Let's slow down. Okay.
One step at a time.
But yeah, the keys is yours when you get 16. You good to go.
I'm good to go.
Yeah.
All right.
Then when you get 18, you get the house. You get the mansion.
Okay. I get the mansion. Yeah. So where are we off to now?
Where would you like to go?
I mean, wherever you want to go. Where are we going?
So check this out, yo. Justin, you ever seen the movie 48 Hours? Right now, he's having 48 hours with Diddy, him and his boy. they're having the times of their lives, like you know, where we hanging out and what we doing. We can't really disclose.
Okay, so y'all pretty much got enough of that. I just want to show y'all a little bit of that video of Justin Bieber with the whole Lamborghini thing. I wonder if that was a part of MTV, because I don't even remember that video. But so yeah, so the Jimmy Kimmel video happened in 2011. And they said that, yeah, they became friends. He said he knows better than to be talking about the things that he does with Big Brother Puff on national television. Everything ain't for everybody. And of course, when, you know, he was saying all of that, a lot of people started speculating and thinking that Diddy probably groomed him or whatever the case is and all the other stuff. But look, we can believe what we want to believe. People are going to sit and have their overall thoughts and their opinions and all the other stuff. And even if Justin Bieber says that that he was never abused by Diddy, there are always going to be people who believe what they want to believe, like, oh, he lying, oh, he's this, oh, he's that. So I don't think there's any changing of people's minds. But if he says that nothing happened, then I think that we should just go along and believe what he says in regards to this situation. I'm not going to sit up here and just automatically come to the terms of somebody said this and then I'm just not going to take them at their word until he's ready to come out and say what the root of the situation is and why he feels that you know, what's causing all these crash outs and the drug use and the situation that he's having, the alleged situation he's having with his wife. Because look, word on the curb is that word on the curb is that he and Halle are living separately. I don't know how true that is, but that's what the tabloids and everything has been saying. And I don't know, unless they come out and say that they broken up or whatever the case is, then I guess we just gonna have to go along with what the people is telling us. And the people said, well, his people said that Diddy did not diddle his dingleberries. So I'll say, well, let's say, what do you guys think of this story? Do y'all believe what Justin's team is saying about everything that's going on in regards of all the alleged abuse allegations that have been hovering over Justin Bieber for the past couple of months since Diddy's been on, you know, in all this stuff about Diddy's been coming out, you know, pre-trial. Now the trial is happening. I can't say post-trial yet because the trial is not over, but the trial is currently going on and all that other stuff. So I definitely want to hear from you all. So let me know what your thoughts are on this story in the comments down below. Kid Rock music legend. How you a legend on 2 damn songs that was a hit? Bar with the Bar and Picture. Those are the only 2 songs everybody knows Kid Rock from. Other than that, he is nobody ain't checking for that boy music. That's why he's doing the grift that he's doing now, because it's like nobody's checking for Kid Rock. So what music legend? He could not sell out a stadium by himself. Not a world on stadium tour. That video of Diddy and Justin always gives me a chill. Mm-hmm. Yeah, because Diddy's a little weird. And it's like, why me at 37 years old hanging out with a little teenage boy? I can believe what I want to believe. But at the end of the day, it's not my story to tell. All I can do is be here to support. Just like when I was, I forgot you told me about that whole cult situation. I'm like, child, not a cult. But yeah, I do agree with that it's not your story to tell. When he's ready to tell the story and he comes out and says, you know what, maybe Diddy did diddle with me when I was a teenager. I just don't want to talk about it. So they want to debunk the rumors. You already know people are going to believe what they want to believe anyway. So I don't care. Oh, you said I don't know. One of the clips, he got near him just a little uncomfortable, and Diddy asked, oh yeah, I remember seeing that video. I wish I would have been able to find that one, but I was like, mm-hmm. I did. You said, did I get rid of the Lord topic? I did. I'll probably say that one for tomorrow because I was like, it's way too many topics. So I'll probably say that one tomorrow, but I did get rid of the Lord topic. Let me find out y'all actually be reading what my topics of the day are when I post. And Justin was silent. I think he did say something to him. Probably. All right, y'all. So let's move on and let's talk about Chris Breezy. I should have probably got rid of this one. But because it's like there's really nothing to tell. Except he's been denied his bail. So Chris is in jail, as y'all know. He's been denied bail. He and funny enough, I was having a conversation off camera with Robert, and I said this pretty much, and I think he said it after the fact. But I was sitting there like, were you not aware that maybe there was some warrants out for your arrest? Like, so if you drop down in the UK, when they found out, okay, so now he's in the UK, get him. And they're like, okay, so now they swoop down, they threw him in jail, and he is, denied bail. Now he's got to sit in prison. And so he's going to be in jail even after his international tour is supposed to start. So the recent Grammy winner was denied bail and remanded to custody by District Judge Joanne Hurst at Manchester Magistrates Court on Friday. The 36-year-old was nabbed at a hotel in Manchester on Thursday and charged with inflicting grievous bodily harm in what prosecutors called an unprovoked attack in a nightclub full of people. Now, Brown, who was in the UK promoting his upcoming tour, is accused of using a bottle of not Don Julio, because that's the good liquor, of tequila to assault music producer Abe Dior. A lawyer for Dior told the Daily News that his client suffered serious injuries but did not offer additional information. Dior reportedly filed a civil suit seeking $16 million in damages stemming from the alleged attack. In court on Friday, where Brown was accompanied by 2 security guards, prosecutors detailed the incident at the Tape Club, describing how the singer allegedly struck Dior multiple times on the head with a glass bottle. The defendant then pursued him to a separate area of the nightclub where the victim was punched and kicked repeatedly by him and another, who I believe that other person has been nabbed as well. Now, Judge Hurst told Brown the alleged crime was too serious for her jurisdiction and referred his case to London's Southwark Crown Court. She reportedly refused an application for bail from his legal counsel. He's next scheduled to appear in court on June 13th. Now, mind you, I did say before, June 13th is when he has to appear in court. The Breezy Bowl XX tour starts on June 8th in the Netherlands. So he's actually supposed to do a couple of dates in the UK. So now the status of the tour is in question. We don't know what's going to happen on the whole June 8th situation. So I feel like at this point, if the judge denied him bail, your next court date is June 13th. The tour is supposed to kick off in the Netherlands on June 8th. Don't you think your team should be advising people, make your collect call, sir? And shouldn't you be like telling your team to be like, we need to cancel and reschedule these dates that we have, the June 8th or I don't know how many dates he has before his June 13th case goes before a judge. But all those dates that are prior to the 13th, don't you think you need to start talking about rescheduling? Because June is right around the corner. It is May 19th. So you might want to get up on that. We're like literally what? I would say about 2.5, 3 weeks away from those dates actually happening. So maybe you need to get your people on that and figure out what y'all going to do in regards of the rescheduling, because and this is why it's like, yeah, your team failed you because they should have let you know, like, if there was anything going on where are there any warrants or any of those? So, like, how are you not aware of things that you do? But I guess because Chris Brown is so used to doing things to people, abusing people, shining those crooked ass teeth he got. And then, the girls drop their panties because, ooh, they love a bad boy. Oh, I can rehabilitate him. The ones that never be able to get up in the constructs of a Chris Brown. This is how a lot of y'all be thinking. Y'all thinking y'all can rehabilitate him. You thinking he could beat me until he actually beat your ass. And then all of a sudden y'all want to go out and sue. So this is the thing where it's just like, y'all just need to figure out what he needs to do with this. Because it's like, you've been doing this too much and getting away with a lot of things. And now the chickens have come home to roost. And now your show is in jeopardy because of it. So they're going to have to figure all this out. And we already know there's a lot of y'all on social media defending him and his actions, but this is what happens when you going around doing things and thinking that because you're a celebrity that you could just go around beating up people and not having to pay for the things that you've done and suffer the repercussions. So I say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story regarding Chris Brown being denied bail in the UK over his assault case against a producer? So whatever your thoughts are, let me know in the comments down below. point. So I was like, hold on, let me get to the next one. All right, now speaking of, since we on the abuse train, we can go from Chris Brown and talk about DDG. So DDG apparently is another one who acting like his shit don't stink because he going around here acting completely oblivious. But he did say that he didn't think that he was like things was going too good for him and all this other stuff, and something he felt in his gut was bound to, like the shoe was about to drop at any moment, and the shoe happened to be Halle Bailey. Talking about she want full custody of their son, which I believe he was that in a restraining order, which the judge did grant. So the rapper, after, is he really a rapper? We know you more or less for being on social media and being like a podcaster and all that other stuff than music. So I guess he's an influencer. Now, DDG finally broke his silence after his former girlfriend and baby mama, because that's basically what you reduce her to. But then again, I can't say he reduced her. She reduced herself to being a baby mama. Because yet again, we got these good girls who run around here wanting these bad boy types. And now look at you, around here with a baby. Now, DDG and Halle Bailey, as you know, got together in 2022 and welcomed their son a year later before finally calling it quits a year later after the baby was born. So yeah, together in 2022, pregnant in 2023, broke up in 2024. And here we are in 2025, and they're in the middle of this mess, where she basically said that he was verbally and physically abusive towards her. Now, DDG expressed that he is unconcerned following recent allegations of assault made by his ex-girlfriend, who was a singer and actress. Despite these serious allegations, DDG reassured his fans in a recent update. He said, "I'm chilling, BTW. I have no worries. Streaming later on, no days off." Well, streaming later on. When men say they're chilling, they actually losing their shit. You most definitely hit the Little Mermaid. This is what they said. This commenter wrote under the post. Of course, that's what it is. It's like, you talking, I'm chilling. Bro, you a liar. Because first of all, we already know, like, that's not what you're doing. You already shitting the brick. You're already tight because of all the other stuff that's happening. Even to the point where you get your mother to break her damn silence and assert herself in a conversation that ain't got nothing to do with her. I was like, you think your son is grown enough to stick his dick up in her and get her pregnant, and she grown where she want to push out a child? Then these two need to deal with what they need to deal with and not have family members, peanut gallery people, other people jumping in on something that ain't got nothing to do with them. This is between these two. And him having to lay in the bed that he messed up. You cause this chaos, bask in it. And I've always said from the beginning, and I've always tried, and y'all know I've tried to give DDG the benefit of the doubt in a lot of situations. But in the back of my mind, I've always seen him as a clout chaser. And for y'all to sit up here and say, oh, he ain't clout chasing because he got this and this and this. Y'all think that's enough? You think him being a mid-rapper who's never really had a big hit, quiet as it's kept, and him being a streamer is success enough? I mean, yeah, you reach a large audience. Yeah, he's got endorsements. I don't know if the allegations going to affect those endorsements. Probably will. And I've noticed that he's all of a sudden, since he cut his hair, now he's trying to get in his little fashion bag. And I've seen a lot of y'all in his comments being homophobic, with him carrying around these little bags and wearing those big baggy jeans and going to Tokyo with all the things. It's like, y'all don't really know nothing about fashion, but y'all think fashion is having your ass exposed to the world and your pants down to your goddamn kneecaps, which we all know that is a prison term for you being somebody's bottom bitch. But y'all think that's fashion. Mind you, y'all got skid marks in your goddamn drawers showing your behind. But y'all find that to be fashion. But then anybody actually come out and wear, clothes that are actual fashion put together by a stylist, y'all want to call it gay. It's like, get off my line. Y'all don't know shit about shit. But anyway, I'm just going in with the cussing today. But anyway, and that was because I think I'm like, did I have that Instagram post that I'm referring to? I do actually. Hold on, because this was the one that everybody was commenting on. So yeah, it was this look. This is the one I'm referring to in regards to this look. People was out here complaining, talking about what he wearing, talking about it's gay. I'm like, I think it's gay. First of all, I like those pants. I love a big. When I was young, when I was about DDG age in my 20s, you gotta realize in the 90s, it was all about wide leg jeans. Like I used to wear wide leg jeans, and I would wear like a white beater or something along with it. And that was what you would go in. Somebody goes, Ninja, what is you wearing? Another person said, I'm I'm looking for Waka comment. Who gives a fuck about what the Predator got to say? Because Waka Flocka looked like the goddamn Predator. And I'm not talking about a Predator that assaults people. I'm talking about the Predator as in the movie with Arnold Schwarzenegger. When that creature take that mask off, that is literally Deb Antony's son. I almost forgot her damn name. But anyway, so what else are people saying? Okay, so then they said when men say they chilling, they actually losing their itch. I already read that one. Another person said they cooking you on every blog, bro. What really happened? A concerned fan asked the streamer, "You such a bum." Another Twitter subscriber declared in her reply to the streamer's tweet. A fifth commenter advised DDG to get professional help, adding that he is a liar who abuses women, saying, quote, "And I hope you're stupid enough to mention her and that baby so they can sue and lock your yuck mouth ass TF up, bitch." God damn, why he gotta be all that? You call him a yuck mouth. Wait, isn't there somebody I call yuck? Oh yeah, Azealia Banks. No, Azealia Banks give yuck mouth. I don't know about DDG. I mean, he cute or whatever. But, sir, that attitude of yours, you need to work it on out. But I do like this look. And what's wrong with it? I just feel like anytime black people kind of step outside their comfort zone and want to express themselves with the fashion, y'all want to call it gay. Maybe some of y'all out here that want to call stuff gay need to come out of the damn closet instead of hating on the homosexuals. Because we're the ones that really push the boundaries not only of art and music, but the fashion world as well. Now, per TMZ, Halle is claiming that DDG put her through a physical, emotional, and verbal abuse through their 2-year relationship, which ended in October 2024. In her legal filing, she claims that an altercation between them in January 2025 resulted in her suffering a chipped tooth and bruises. And y'all know when I did the last story on that, we did talk about it. But then let's get to this story because now we got, well, this is the same story, but we got Soulja Boy that decided to jump up in the comments regarding what happened with Halle. So he said, "You a bitch ass ninja for putting your hands on Halle, little ninja, at Pontiac made DDG. If I catch you, I'm beating the F word out of you." And this is what the Kiss Me Through the Phone rapper wrote. But then again, you know what? Some people's calling Soulja Boy right message. They say this is a case of right message, wrong messenger. Because a lot of us don't have, a lot of y'all may have short-term memories, but lest we forget, Soulja Boy had been accused twice of abusing women. So I don't think that he has a right to come out and say anything. One person said you need to fight yourself, because if you go and sit up out here and try to talk about you gonna fight DDG for putting paws on Halle Bailey, maybe you need to windmill on your own face, because you ain't no innocent either when it comes to, putting paws on women. So then last but certainly not least, they said that the Blast reported that the matter has led his family to address the matter publicly. So this is the part where the family decided to jump in on the conversation. So DDG's mother, Tanya Granberry, responded to allegations made against her son in the restraining order. On May 13th, she used her Instagram stories to label the accusations as false, stating, "I don't usually comment or say anything on this internet, even with all the negativity, the lies, and hatred towards mine." Granberry emphasized that Haley's claims prompted her to break her silence. Earlier that day, she also posted a meme featuring Kermit the Frog in a phone booth, captured with the phrase, "Hello, Jesus, take the wheel," seemingly reflecting her feelings about the unfolding situation. Granberry's response sparked a significant reaction from fans. Many sympathized with Halle, accusing Granberry of enabling her son's behavior. Comments included claims that only certain mothers react the way Granberry does, suggesting a denial of her son's wrongdoing. There's mothers out there be like, "Oh, no, not my child. My child would never do that." Mind you, your son been seeing you getting your ass beat around the house. Chris Brown. Remember when Chris Brown mama was getting her ass beat, and which prompted him to also enable that same behavior towards Rihanna and Carucci and that dude with the Don Julio bottle and all the other allegations that have come out about him with abuse over the years. So anytime you get upset or angry about something, you don't know how to deal with your emotions. So now you got to go and put paws on people, or you got to throw things, or you got to have a nasty behavior. I also think that's Diddy too. The lack of a father in his life, seeing abuse and all these other things that have been going around. It's a learned behavior. So people don't just all of a sudden wake up one morning and decide to start windmilling on people. That's something that you've seen and you've been accustomed to throughout your childhood. And so a lot of those traumas that you ain't deal with when you was younger, it starts to come across in your elder years. And then just because you got a lot of money and a lot of success and a lot of the fame and celebrity dumb and stuff, you still don't know how to deal with your issues. It just exemplifies it because you're in a place of you're a celebrity now. You have more money, you have more access to things. But those traumas don't go away until you deal with it. Now, others pointed out that they said that one commenter noted that Granberry typically stays out of the drama regarding her son's past relationships, referencing her low-key presence on YouTube since moving to LA with him. And then Halle referred to the verbal abuse of her ex-partner and saying that he called her derogatory names such as bitch and evil often in front of their son. She also mentioned that DDG would publicly demean her to his millions of fans whenever he wanted to provoke her. I also remember that I believe some of this stuff only because, to me, at times, DDG was the type of person that would, in my opinion, expose Halle on a lot of situations. Remember the times when she was trying to keep the pregnancy a secret? And remember when he was live streamed and he was literally like pointing the camera in a direction where we could see her, which caused even more speculation. So there was always little things that was going on with that boy that I felt like he was envious of her. She was the biggest star. She was the one that had a lot more attachment, a lot of clout, thanks to, of course, Beyonce and no shade. But I definitely feel like the biggest mistake Halle did, when she did the Little Mermaid movie, and it was what it was. But I honestly feel like her biggest mistake was thinking she was going to go solo and everybody was going to care about her as an individual. She and Chloe need to get the hell back together. That's what needs to happen, because quiet as it's kept, individually, nobody cares about either one of you as artists. So hopefully y'all get back together. You put all this mess behind you, and you leave this ninja alone, just like Cardi B and Offset need to leave each other alone. Speaking of which, there was a Cardi B story that I was thinking about bringing up. I'll probably bring that up tomorrow because she decided to go on Rory, from Rory and Mal, that she went in on him because they decided to comment on her relationship at the Knicks game where she introduced her new boo. So we'll talk about that tomorrow. But anyway, I say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story in regards to like the DDG Halle Berry thing? I do feel like that, you know what? She probably thought that she can come in and rehabilitate this little wounded bird, because a lot of you girls, you good girls, thinking that you can rehabilitate these bad boys, but you can't save those that don't want to be saved. And then you get these bad boy types that it's just like, oh yeah, I got the bag, one of the hottest chicks in the industry. I got her pregnant. I did all this other stuff. And to me, it always felt like it was a bit cloudish when he got with her. And I still believe that. So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. Hold on. It was like, you said, and Justin was silent. I think he did. Oh, I read that. No, I cannot. He had to type free Tory. Well, you talking about Chris Brown? Yeah, the minute you type free Tory, now your ass need to be worrying about getting free yourself. I still can't believe she allowed herself to be impregnated by this. I actually see that. Michael B. Jordan and Glenn, because people out here saying that we still don't have stars, whatever the case is. I do feel like, excuse me, the people who have potential to be like these big, the next, like to continue to be like these big box office draws that are going to be like really successful. I definitely see Michael B. Jordan. Michael B. Jordan has proven that he is a box office draw. A lot of the movies he's been in has been successful. Excuse me, the Creed movies, Sinners, Black Panther, both of them he was in. And Glenn Powell, Glenn Powell's been very successful. The Twisters movie was successful. I'm looking forward to seeing The Running Man. I definitely look forward to seeing. I need to see a trailer, but I definitely want to see that film because based off the things I've heard, it definitely sounds interesting. especially in this current situation that we're in. This is very well timed that movie is coming out. So I could definitely see Michael B. Jordan and Glenn Powell being his true successors. And I saw that, I think they ran into each other at the Cannes Film Festival, and then you saw like Michael B. Jordan ran over and gave a hug to and a kiss to Angela Bassett. And I think he also dapped up Tom Cruise. I also heard that Tom Cruise allegedly is dating Ana de Armas. And as much as I like Ana de Armas, girl, I'm worried. Because, you know, anything with him and that Scientology, you better run. You see what he tried to do to Katie Holmes. I love Halle, but she is not innocent and she appears. She herself said this. It could be sometimes. She's another bird, another airhead. So I sadly wasn't surprised she got with him and did shady shit with him. I'll never forget what they did to that pregnant lady and the sales associate who said how problematic they both are. So yeah, she got what's coming to her. Constantine was receiving backlash for having DDG as a professor for his streaming. That streaming university thing is so damn stupid. I saw that mess. And I saw there was one girl that was all upset because she didn't get in. I'm like, are y'all seriously crying and being all emotional and upset over a stupid like streamer university? Really? Who needs to go to a streaming university? All you need to do is go on social media, figure out if y'all really about that streamer life, figure out on your own how to put it together. That's what I did. I figured this thing out on my own. You think I'm gonna pay any kind of money or whatever the case is to learn about how to do a streaming situation? Google is your friend. It is free. Why spend money? Oh, because you thinking that being a part of something with Castanet gives you some type of clout and some points. I'd rather build my situation from the ground up and it take forever than me have to attach myself with people I deem problematic. I don't particularly care for Castanet, who the only thing you can see when them lights go off is them teeth and some problematic ass DDG. There are two sides to every story, but you need to mind the business that pays you, and you shouldn't be jumping in on something that ain't got nothing to do with you. So you're going around saying there's two sides to every story, but clearly there's a side that you chose, and you chose his, because you know incels stick together. I hate this is happening to her, but she also knew he wasn't shit, and even when the fans, and look, everybody done told her, all us pundits told her, the people told her, us in the comments, and you told us to mind our business, so we minded our business. But don't come up on social media and talk about, oh, my teeth was chipped and I was beat up and bruised. Okay, well, go argue with your mammy, sis. Go tell it to the police. Go file a report, which you did. But other than that, we try to tell you. And, you know, sometimes I always say, it takes some people getting knocked upside the head for them to come to their damn senses. And it took that for her to come to her senses. So now look at you. You out here, a baby damn mama, stuck with a child. And I'm glad, and I'm sure it's probably a great thing that you get to be a mom and stuff, but literally, you are young, your whole career is ahead of you, and now you out here with this scarlet letter on your head. Because how you going to be able to balance all this other stuff with a child? I still feel like even though parents are out here having kids, like people are having kids and stuff, I do feel like that old school way of like, remember like when back in the day, like the Brandings and the Monicas and all the other ones, if you got pregnant in like the 2000s, that was kind of like, your career was kind of over. Like you had to be really established before you thought about having children. And I kind of feel like that still is apparent. Halle weaponized her following against a poor nail technician when she showed up late to her. Oh yeah, I remember that. And like y'all are saying, Sailor Mermaid and Roro both saying like, you know what? Two peas in a pod. So y'all deserve each other. That she did, and I was disgusted by her for that, especially when she was pregnant at the time. You gonna blame it on the hormones, or just the hormones was telling? You just showing your true self. Kyle also had the same momentum he had when he was doing his mafia-thon. I don't even think. Yeah, I agree with you. I don't think, and that's probably why I was feeling away after, because Constantine ain't as hot as he once was. And you know, this whole streamer thing is fickle. But you got to be able to like continue that whole situation. And to me, it's like, yeah, he's not hot anymore. There's always gonna be somebody that can easily come in and do what he does. John Campbell believes Jonathan Majors will make a comeback where Ezra Miller would not come back to Hollywood. He can only do independent films. The public is forgiven, but Ezra got away with their crimes. Ezra Miller was just at Cannes Film Festival. But yeah, I do feel that Jonathan Majors will be able to make a comeback. And look, he was in that Magazine Dreams movie, and he's about to do a movie that Charlemagne is producing for his production company. So he'll still have a career. Now, speaking of people whose careers, you know, I don't know, should we say on life support? Let's talk about Katy Perry, because remember before I had said that with this Lifetime tour being a huge flop for her, and I know like people talking about the show was a mess, there's a lot going on with that, and I did say that, you know what, maybe she jumped the gun too much, maybe she should have stuck with the residency in Vegas, and that would have probably kept a little coin or whatever in her pocket. I believe she is worth $400 million. Don't quote me on it, but I believe that is her net worth. I think it is in the article that I'm about to read, but apparently I was like, I recommended the residency, but it looked like the people in Vegas don't even want her, because they said that Vegas residency that she had before she decided to go and do 143, which was a hot mess, and the Blue Origin thing and this disastrous tour. Child, they out here saying that Katy Perry's Vegas residency was a huge flop. And so I'm like, God damn. So Katy Perry is no longer wanted in Las Vegas after her 3-year residency at Resorts World apparently bombed and actually lost the luxury hotel and casino money, saying, quote, the residency was a disaster for Resorts World, a complete failure. This is what a source told Paula Froelich of News Nation. So they said, quote, there was a bidding war between Resorts World and Caesars technically lost out, but in the end, Caesars won. Because, yeah, they ain't lose out on money. Now, Perry, who's 40, who has a net worth of, okay, so I was correct, $400 million, was earning a hefty sum from the residency, dubbed Katy Perry Play, which ran from 2021 to 2023. Oh, excuse me. Katy was getting paid, they said, between $750,000 to $900,000 a show because of the bidding war, and the entire run she underperformed and Resorts World lost money. To add insult to injury, the Grammy nominee's 2024 album 143 disappeared from the charts after a mere 2 weeks, and her Lifetime tour suffered from poor ticket sales after her April star-studded journey to space earned her immense public ridicule. The songstress had her heart set on more residencies in Sin City, saying, quote, I can see myself being in Vegas for periods of time for the rest of my life, especially since I live so close to California. She gushed to Las Vegas Weekly. I'll still go on tours and be putting out records, but it's a great touchstone to come back to. So I should also let you know that Perry's team has not spoken out about this, but it kind of makes me wonder, because I'm like, damn, like, what is it about Katy Perry that it's like, damn, even with all the spectacle and all this other stuff, even if she was to go to Vegas, like, you can't even sell out Vegas. Like, you're that uninteresting. And maybe it's just like doing a long stint in Vegas with the shtick and the crazy costumes and the willy-nilly poppy songs that she does, which feels very much Kids Bop-ish, a lot of her big hits. Maybe it's just that her core audience have outgrown that vibe and that sound. And when you're doing Vegas, Vegas is something like, it's a tourist attraction. So tourists from all over the world coming in, well, this might not be the great time to even want to do a residency, especially with our current administration and this crackdown on immigrants, because they want to make America this white dominated nation, because it's not. Now white people are becoming the minority. They feel victimized. They want to be victims so damn bad. So now we have these people from the Project 2025 situation who want to push all these immigrants out and make it white. So all them South African refugees y'all bringing over here, they're going to start doing all the jobs that them Latinos y'all pushing out is going to do. Because I'd be damned if that, I mean, that's not going to happen. And you know black folks ain't getting up out there picking no damn fruit and vegetables. And I don't give a damn if people think this is racist. How's it racist when the majority of those jobs that are people working in the fields and picking fruits and vegetables and all these other things for the minimum wage and working on these farm zones and other stuff are done by immigrants. The people that work in food service industry are immigrants. I know. I worked in the restaurant business, so I know who works in those situations. So if people gonna think it's a stereotype, it's like, you need to get out and touch grass, because it's not a stereotype, it's a fact. But when you're looking at somebody like Katy Perry, it's just like, you know what? You just clearly know that she's just a manufactured pop star who really has nothing to offer. She's just like, it's just her doing the same thing over and over and over and over and over and over and over again. There's no evolution in regards of her music. There's no evolution lyrically. There's no evolution creatively. There's no evolution in anything she does. And I just feel like, you know what? She was at a time that worked for her. And maybe all she needs to do at this point, because nobody wants new music from her. I mean, hence we heard 143. And like they said, it was off the Billboard 200 in 2 weeks. So at this point, I don't even know what she could do to rehabilitate her career. But because if you can't even sell out your arena tours and you can't sell out your residency, then maybe people just don't care about Katy Perry no more. She's just would she be considered a novelty act? I don't know. So I definitely want to hear from y'all. If y'all got recommendations, what she need to do, some of y'all probably said, well, she just need to go away and just live off her $400 million fortune. Maybe that's what she needs to do, because quiet as it's kept, none of y'all want her music except her, her basic ass hardcore fans. So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. Points. Let's see what the people are saying. Onyx says she has a song going viral right now, and she refused to play it on tour. Thinking of You, one of her better songs, where was copying Alanis Mars. Oh, is that an old song? Because I don't know. I listened to 143 one time. I don't remember. I couldn't tell you not one song off that record, except Lifetimes, because I've heard that song so many times when I'm out. And she's also been performing the same surprise songs for every show. It's like she purposely trying to rage bait. Then it's not really a surprise that when you're talking about she's doing a surprise song, which means like, look, Kylie Minogue on her tour doing surprise songs or recommendations from the audience, that feels natural. Whereas she doing a surprise song and you saying it's like it's the same one. So I'm like, girl, this is all programmed. Like, who are you talking to? You said to have a piece of poop in a toilet. Okay. Well, this seemed like it was a lot of that, which is like a lot of her stuff is so childish and immature. Like, to me, it just seems like her brand of humor was similar, and it makes sense why she married him. Russell Brand. Salt and Pepper in a legal battle with Universal Music over their masters led to the music being pulled from the. Oh, I did not know that. And shout out to Salt and Pepper. They was on American Idol last night, the finale. I already heard they crowned somebody. Some black queen won. I don't know him. But yeah, there was a black dude that won, and then there was like 2 country artists, and then it was him. He was singing like his little R&B tracks or whatever the case is. I'm like, good for him. And they said 24 million people voted. I'm like, they got 24 million people watching American Idol. I just don't know I don't know not one person that watches American Idol these days, but they say that a lot of people out there watching the show. So okay, if you like it, I love it, and I mean it the way I was saying it, as in I don't watch it, I don't care. But if you like it, I love it. Oh, you saying from her first record? Well, maybe she needs to perform that song. Maybe she's trying. Is that from what was the name of that album? The You're So Gay or something like that? Or was that song that was on there? Was on that record. But I'm like, maybe she only wants to acknowledge the teenage dream era from there on down. Anyway, now speaking of Kylie Minogue, let's get into her, because apparently we have some dumb incels out here who clearly are showing like there's no way you could be a real Kylie Minogue fan, because this man talking about Kylie Minogue, who in my opinion is the most unproblematic pop star in the industry, is woke and gay because he went to her recent Tension tour and was intimidated and spooked and nervous because he was surrounded by a bunch of homosexuals. So now, this came from an Aussie singer's recent gig in Glasgow to launch the UK leg of her Tension tour on Friday, which was May 16th. And while many praised the Padum Padum singer for her performance, one supposed fan had some unlikely criticism to aim at her. Now, taking to Twitter on Friday, user I'm going to tell y'all his damn name so we can go get him, read his ass down to the floor. Let's see, made his stuff private. At Brian1223753. Tagged Kylie and wrote, Welcome to Glasgow, Kylie. I've seen you 5 times in concert, but never again as you have went woke and all gay. The user added, I felt threatened standing in the crowds by the gay community that you attract, so I won't pay money to see you. Well, I don't think she would want yo uptight, closeted ass at any of her establishments. Because how you that damn dumb where you don't realize that Kylie Minogue always been a gay icon? Like, where the hell have you been? This is not new. That, she has a lot of gay fans. Like, where the hell have you been? And now to finish it off, he put, pity you went down that road in life, but love you loads. Really? Because if you loved her loads, then you wouldn't have said what you said. And she's like, speak up, I can't hear you, dumb ass. Now, as one person who quote tweeted Brian later said, it took Brian 5 concerts and hundreds of pounds to realize Kylie Minogue's target audience is not straight men. So it all goes to show, like, how dumb you are. Wait, hold on, let me pull up his actual Twitter. Because I did put it in here. So yeah, here is, I was like, this is the post that he posted in regards to the thing. So yeah, like, go over, if y'all can see it, go over to his thing and just like drag him. Because he's stupid. You a dummy, bitch. In the words of Monique. So yeah, I don't know where the hell you been, but Miss Mama's always had drag queens and gay icons. I mean, Kylie has performed, didn't she perform at like Pride in Australia many a times? Like, she's performed at many a Prides. Where the hell have you been? So I want to see if anybody else was so there was some people in the comments over on his thing that said, surely he knew even back in her Stockacre Waterman era, right? A cover of Locomotion as her first huge hit. Excuse me. Another person said, why do you feel threatened by gay men? Probably because he's thinking that they're probably going to hit on him. But I need to see what you look like, because oh wait, hold on. I think there is a picture of him. Yeah, let's see. First of all, who trying to fuck him? I'll wait. Anybody trying to fuck Milhouse? Like, that's literally what you giving me. Milhouse from The Simpsons. Like, if you don't go sit your little bony, 4-eyed ass down somewhere, ain't nobody checking for your ugly ass. Now, let me go back to a more pleasant picture. Like this one, with Kylie hanging with the drag queens. So yeah, let me see what the other people saying. So now, I know Rent's dear and all, but I'd love to know how much he pays to live in that closet. Another person said he said loads. Oh wait, that's somebody I don't like. Chauncey Danders wrote that. I don't like that fat bitch. But and if you know, you know. So he was the one that wrote that comment. Another person said everyone on earth knows Kylie had an absolute huge gay following. Another one said, did they touch his PP? Another person said, area man, a surprise gay icon has so many fans. Another person said, poor Brian. Another person said, seen Kylie twice, I had a riot. And then another person said, wait until he finds out about bum sex. So there was that. And now another person said that, yeah, Brian has seen her 5 times and never seemingly felt threatened by the gay men in attendance until now. So what's changed? And finally, you're still saying love you loads after you decided to say something like this. Feels like some inner tension at play here. You can't go and say, oh, I love you a lot. But the problem I have with you is you've gone woke and you've gone gay. And I'm sick and tired of people using the word woke as this weaponization of anything that is different. And that's, to me, what it feels like a lot of you uptight, racist ass crackers like to use when it come down to, or as I like to call you, clear people, like to use whenever y'all get mad about something that's different and makes you feel uncomfortable. Whatever your issue is with gays, blacks, anybody that isn't white and male, that's something you gotta, talk to your pastor or your priest in confession or your therapist. That's something you need to work out. But I'm not dimming my light and dimming who I am because you have a problem with homosexuals being at a Kylie concert. Where the hell have you been? Because it's like, the many times I've seen Kylie in concert, and I've seen her 4 times. I've seen her twice with the Tension Tour, and then the 2 times she did come to the United States when she would do like her little small shows to thank the fans for, her big fans for, her US fans, I should say, for supporting her. And when I went to go see her at Hammerstein and all of this stuff, 90% homosexuals was in that room. So for you to not realize the type, especially the type of music she does, a lot of the concert stuff that she does where it borders on the campy, half-naked men grinding up on each other. Did you not see her Aphrodite tour? Now, you want to talk about a gay show? Aphrodite was full on camp. Where the hell were you? Maybe you didn't get to see that show. But yeah, that tour was campy. The Fever tour was campy. So there's been many of even her Showgirls concert. Like there's been many of shows where Kylie does play into, you know, she knows her audience. She knows that her fandom is heavily gay. There's a lot of gay men who like her stuff, but she also pulls in little girls, little boys, straight people, like older people, whatever. Like Kylie is unproblematic, so she has a lot of different. She checks all the boxes, but her foundation is heavily gay. I don't know where the hell he been. Now, as y'all may not know, she's been on the road since February at the RAC Arena in Perth, Australia. And that was, back in February when she started there. She's also done she just finished the US leg, and now she's officially kicked off the UK dates. So her remaining dates, because they said after starting in Glasgow and Newcastle over the weekend, she's about to make stops in Manchester, Liverpool, Sheffield, London, Nottingham, and Birmingham before returning to Glasgow in June. Now, the remaining UK dates are she kicks off May 19th, she's in Manchester, and then wraps up in Glasgow on June 6th. And then I believe then she's going to continue the tour outside of that. They said, I think she's supposed to do Mexico. She wraps up in Mexico City, I believe, in August. So they did say if you go on her website, it's all her shows are sold out. But Ticketmaster does show some availability at each of the remaining dates. So I think that's because Ticketmaster's holding on to some dates, so that way, people can still buy tickets and stuff. They always do that with that. So yeah. So I guess what I'll say about him, you a dummy bitch. So I say all to say, what do you guys think of this story in regards to this dingbat who just came to a revelation that Kylie has gay fans? Like, where the hell have you been? Did you just become a Kylie fan yesterday during the tension era? Because over her 30-plus year career, Kylie has always had a huge gay following. She's an international pop icon. Like, where have you been? So I just, sometimes I just hate that some of y'all have the ability to just get on the internet and just spew bullshit because y'all just be sounding dumb as hell. And I just be glad that people get in the comments and say stuff. So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. Oh, you said one of the boys. I knew something was about a boy. She headlined World Pride in Sydney. Exactly. So speaking of Pride, they was talking about Jennifer Lopez about to do Pride, DC Pride next month. That's her only US tour date. So unless y'all want to go to, Kazakhstan or wherever other places she about to go tour overseas, y'all might as well go and get them tickets to go to DC and see her shaking her money maker. They said when I saw that post, I had to share it. The comments on Twitter are hilarious. All the lovers, the video is queer coded. William Baker queer coded her work. Marco da Silva. I couldn't even talk. I was like, I remember Marco da Silva, that fine ass man, looking like a leather daddy in All I See video. And he also toured with her during the Aphrodite era. That was the guy that posted a comment about it taking him 5 concerts. Did you see that she posted BTS from the Come Into My World music video, aka the greatest music video of all time? She looked. Oh yeah, I've been seeing like the Come Into My World video has been circulating. He damn sure is. And Shell, I'm so mad that I had to read somebody I don't like on tweet. I didn't even realize who it was until I saw it. I'm sure y'all caught the shade. And you said that open sections with wide views, knowing the tour is successful. Wait, what open sections with side views? Are we talking about Beyonce? Because I did see that there was somebody that said that Beyonce decided to add screens on the side of the stadium so that way everybody gets. I'm like, girl, you should have thought of that before. You didn't realize that when you did your last tour with the Renaissance that, in them stadiums, you really can't see a lot. So make sure you get them Jumbotron screens and put them everywhere so everybody could see. Because some people just don't care where they sit. They just glad to be in the room and say that they went to the concert. Okay, so now let's see, where are we going? All right, so now we have about 6 more topics left, and then we are done with today's show. They're all homosexual news. So before we get to them topics, if you can please, if you have not already, hit that like button. If you're new to the channel, hit that subscribe button. Also be sure to smash the notification bell so that way you know when we go live with a brand new episode of Chris Avalon Unfiltered. I'll also be putting in timestamps into the show so that way when the live stream is done, you'll be able to just follow along with all the topics we have in hand instead of just going along and keying with us throughout the banter that we do during live chats. Please and thank you. Now, without further ado, let's get into this drag race news about Miss Aja, who has been speaking out a lot. And you know what? I'm living for all the stuff that she's been saying as of late, including how she said that she was unfollowed by thousands of people when she came out as a trans woman. And the one thing I like about Aja, I mean, I've always liked Aja, and I see that the House of Aja is about to go on tour. So I did see that she made that announcement on her IG or whatever. So yeah, it's her, Candy Muse, and I'm like, who else is a part of the House of Aja? You know, all the girls about to go out with her. Tsunami Muse and all of them, they're all about to go out. So yeah, she went on social media. She was about a lot of people unfollow her for coming out as trans, but you could definitely see, like, on the show that she seems like she's always seemed sure of herself, but she seems more self-assured now. Like, you could definitely see that she's coming to her own. The confidence is oozing through her, and you could definitely see that on the show. And I was a little worried, although my top 3 that I picked from the beginning who was going to make it to the semifinals actually ended up being the top 3 because I was like, these are the stronger girls anyway. So I'm sure y'all probably saw by now that on the new season of Drag Race All-Stars 10, we have Irene the Alien moving forward, we have Bosco moving forward, and we have Aja moving forward. And Aja was the one that everybody was kind of on the fence about because, yeah, they started divvying out all these points. I was definitely pissed at the way Olivia Lux was playing the game, but she finally came to her senses, even though Aja was in her feelings, and rightfully so, where she voted against her and gave her point to Deja. And Deja gave her point to freaking Crystal, gave it to Olivia, and then Olivia was like, I'm gonna give my point to Aja. And then it was all down to I was around Phoenix. I almost call her the Phoenix. Phoenix was the final girl that had to give her point, and she gave her point to Aja. I was like, bitch, you better give it to her. And well deserved, it went to Aja because you know what? She was the stronger girl out of the others. Like, Olivia was just being too pretty. She wasn't really giving. I don't feel that. I mean, Phoenix is an icon. She's definitely a legend within the drag world. But as far as drag race goes, she ain't really been standing out in regards of like what needs to be done in regards of the challenges. I particularly care for this week's challenge. I already told you I don't particularly like the makeover episodes. It just felt like y'all was just making up a bunch of damn bull daggers. I mean, I'm stereotyping because not all basketball players are lesbians, but y'all was giving me lesbian teas with a lot of how a lot of these aggressive girls was looking. But the drag was dragging. I was living for some of the looks and everything, but everything leading up to that, I'm like, okay, I'm so bored with this episode. But I did like the final 5 minutes was where it really set it off for me. Which is why I'm not really doing much of a recap, because there's really nothing worth recapping. But I will say this. I think it's time that Carson Kressley and that other one with the high-pitched voice, what's his name? Ross Matthew. Can y'all make them sashay? Y'all need to be Santino'd. It is time for y'all to go away. I feel like y'all have served y'all purpose. Y'all really don't have much to offer to the show anymore, especially Ross. So I think it's about time y'all bring in some new blood. And if people feeling away because the panel was too black, oh well, go argue with your mammy and go play with traffic. Go find the nearest ditch and jump. Because if y'all gonna sit up and get all mad over the panel being too black, then oh well, get over it. Because if it takes a bunch of black people to be delivering on the critique part and really breathing new life into this franchise, then that's what it needs to be. So give T.S. Madison a full-time gig over there. Give Laura Roach a full-time gig over there up against sitting with RuPaul and I guess the lame celebrity of the week. Although I will say this, I was living for Kate Beckinsale in that episode. So I'll give her that. And she was turning out with her comments. So I was looking for, even though she got a new face, but overall, it was like I was living for the commentary. Now, to get into Aja, because I just want to give a little quick overall assessment of the recent episode before I go and give my critique on or just report on what Aja has been saying. So she has been reflecting on her gender journey, claiming that thousands of people unfollow her after she came out as a trans woman. The All-Star Saint Queen came out as trans in 2021, saying that she lived as non-binary since 2018 and have already begun to identify more with the feminine aspect of my identity. She also updated her pronouns to she and her. Now, in a Wednesday, May 14th interview with Pride, the ballroom performer explained that her most recent appearance in the franchise affirmed that she has a place in drag culture as a trans woman and not feel ashamed about it. Saying, quote, All-Star Sin was the first time in my drag career that I felt like it was okay for me to be a trans woman and do drag successfully. But despite the strides she has made in the drag scene since coming out, it wasn't always easy. Saying, quote, quitting drag to navigate my trans identity came with a lot of pushback. I had people who no longer wanted to represent me or talk to me, and I lost a lot of friends. I lost a lot of supporters. Thousands and thousands of people unfollowed me on social media. A lot of false narratives started coming around, and it just became like a punchline. It became a joke. It was a lot of stuff that just completely not true. Drag Race changed my life when I went on it in season 9. I was in such a horrible situation before that, and it allowed me to not just blossom in life, but it created a bridge for me to be in a safe space, and I would never take that for granted. But at the same time, I was very grateful because I was able to keep a big portion of my fan base who was like, we don't care. We love you for who you are in every stage and capacity. And I just feel so blessed and lucky because not everybody has that. And I do, I actually agree with that in a situation. It's like, you know what? I am definitely excited that you have someone who she had to go through all these different channels to come to terms with who she is as a person. The reason why I've been stalling is because I saw this situation on this thing where it was just like, oh, if you ever feel in a certain way about something, so yeah, let me post that. Let me post this thing so that way, and I think it's this. So there was like basically there's a trans lifeline hotline to speak to a trans non-binary peer operator with full anonymity and confidentiality. So I was seeing this in the article. So I was like, yeah, let me add that so that way if there is somebody out there who is going through it, being struggling with their gender identity and is feeling a way that you need to speak to someone on a trans lifeline, especially in this day and age where we have our current administration making a lot of cuts to a lot of things that could help out a lot of people who are struggling with their sexuality and their gender identity and things of that nature, because we've been hearing a lot of our current administration doing that. So I just want to do my due diligence and put that out there. But as far as Aja goes, I'm just so proud of her that she's been able to kind of take the time to come into her own as a person. And people need to realize, it's like, yeah, I think maybe they haven't seen a lot of examples of this, but I thought even pre-Drag Race, I would see a lot of trans women who made a living performing as drag queens, and that was like a job. So I don't know, I would have to probably speak to people, but this is just my overall assumption of seeing these girls who would perform on these stages where it was kind of like the Dorian Corey era, where it was like, in the 90s and the 2000s, where it was like all about the glamour, the beads and the gowns and the big hair and just that sort of drag, where they would just get out there and they would perform their little numbers, and they would just be looking fierce and gorgeous, and the titties was sitting and everything. The curves was curving. And so we had all of that. But I guess because it's TV and a lot of these kids are of a different generation, they don't see that representation. So that's what they only go by what they know. And it's like, no, you can be trans, but also you can have a career as a drag queen, because doing drag is a profession. It's a job. It's not your identity. It's not who you are. But I do believe that there are people out there who are trans that probably use dressing up in the women's clothes as a way for them to play with gender and figure out who they are, and also maybe on a subconscious level they are using it in that way. But for the most part, I always look at it as like these, they've been trans women who've been able to separate the two, and then there are some like Aja and so many others that we've heard from the drag race scene that feel like a lot of people, they kind of shy away from it because there's this thing that is put upon them where it's just like the drag is sort of like, oh, they look at it as like some sort of hobby. It's not a real thing. And then they equate the transness with that. They're trying to say, oh, you're not really trans. You're not this, you're not that. But it's like sometimes it takes people to walk away from the thing that they do to realize that you can do both. And so I'm glad that Aja has come to that conclusion. And I'm just glad for her glow up. I'm glad for all the things that she's been out here doing, and she's out here living her best life. So shout out to you, sis. So I say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story in regards to what Aja was talking about? I'm shocked, but then again, I'm not surprised that, yeah, people would kind of not, what is it? I guess I'm not surprised by that. People would just be like, oh, I don't want to follow this girl. I don't want nothing to do with her because she's coming out as trans. Because there are people out here, particularly, not even just straights, but even people within our own community that are just so anti-trans, which I don't even understand that because, no shade and quiet as it's kept because I don't think it's spoken about enough. If it wasn't for trans people, a lot of you faggots running around would not have the rights that y'all have today because it all stemmed from that brick going through the window during the Stonewall riots. So know your history and your education. Stop hating on the trans girls and the boys, but mostly the trans girls because they're the ones that get more of the heat out of every other, I think, between the genders. So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. Oh, you said Kylie Minogue. I'm like, did they use? I didn't even know that they had side views. I said, didn't Trinity the Tuck also come out as? I don't even know anymore. Trinity always changing up stuff with her, so I don't even know what she goes by anymore. I just be confused when it comes to Trinity. But I do know this: it looked like Trinity and Phoenix be going to the same surgeon because why they both look alike? Am I lying? And you said didn't Trinity? Yeah. So I don't know. She's confusing. So I'm wondering, is it really like you dealing with you having a whole trans identity, or are you out here just trolling for attention? I thought they were. That's what I thought too. Cause I'm like, bitch, your voice deeper than mine. That's what I thought. Cause I was looking at her, I'm like, ooh, girl, you got that jaw. The jaw she had that J.K. Rowling jaw. And who's the other one? Nancy Mace, all the transphobes that be out here. Y'all all got that same square jaw. Not trying to equate that girl with that, but I'm saying y'all got a lot of the features. I don't know why Ruth says the hilarious. That part. That's kind of like Jess hilarious. Why she call herself hilarious? That bitch ain't funny. And neither is Ross. Although, like I told you, I've met him and I've talked with Ross at the time when we was at New York Drag Con. And we was up waiting online at Starbucks and we was having ourselves a kiki. But other than that, it's like, because I know I love my Starbucks. There are a lot of trans drag queens, but the show having a vendetta. Yeah, and I think that's probably, I agree with that. I think that's what it is. Because I was like, I've always encountered girls, trans women, especially in New York, that were able to just separate both. Like, yeah, I'm a trans woman. I live as a woman in real life, but drag is my profession. So I never understood that. And I guess maybe because I'm from New York and I've been in the scene for so long, I can't, well, I can fathom it, but I'm just like, to me, it's not a big issue. But I do think that, yeah, it has to do with the show, especially how the show kind of shits on trans people. But after that controversy that happened and the queens was coming out saying stuff and the fan backlash and stuff, they kind of backpedaled a little bit and decided now we need to overcompensate because that's now what it feels like. It feels like y'all be overcompensating because Quiet as Kept, as much as I love Lexi, she should not have made it to the top 4. The way she was coming across on that show, I do feel like it's been a little sympathy that y'all play into the trans thing because y'all don't want to come across as, oh, look at y'all picking on a trans girl. Y'all got rid of trans. But I'm like, if she ain't delivering, then she shouldn't have made it all the way to the end. But that's the way they did it. So yeah, I agree with that. It's like there could have been a vendetta. And the fact of the matter is everybody wants that inclusion. But I also think it's the fault of the lack of diversity, meaning RuPaul's Drag Race should not be the only representation of drag on TV. If RuPaul's Drag Race is this successful show, why aren't there other shows that play in the whole drag wheelhouse, but is not RuPaul. Like RuPaul Drag Race should not be the only show or the only representation. There should be other drag-based competition shows on TV. Drag Race can still do what they need to do. They just got to step their pussy up in regards to the challenges and things and that and the other. If they want to keep, they want to keep themselves on the radar. And I love Dragula, even though they be taking too damn long between seasons and stuff, and their spinoffs. But there should be other drag shows on TV. I mean, I know they have one on Reverie. I know they have other drag things that they do, but we need more drag. Like I told you, I got a lot of drag competition type ideas. So there should be a lot more shows than just Drag Race being the representation. That should be the only show. Imagine if Erica Andrews was allowed to do Drag Race or any other Transtasia girls. Wasn't there a show on TV called Transtasia or something or another? There was this show I used to watch. I think it used to come on after Queen, a Big Frida Queen of Bounce. There was like this show, these trans women that worked at this nightclub. I think it was in Florida or something or another. I think one of the girls on their name was Bombiana. I can't remember the name of it, but it does remind me. Like it sounds like that was the name of the show. Our lesbian sisters also help homosexual men the most. Okay, yeah, damn sure did, because who else was gonna wipe their ass in them hospitals? It wasn't the straight people. The lesbians came and wiped y'all behinds. So y'all need to stop hating on the lesbians and you need to stop hating on the trans. They said, yeah, they were on the hotlines in the hospitals. And if you watch Pose, they actually point that out. But I've seen documentaries where they talk about it too. I get RuPaul is about loyalty, but sometimes it's okay to change it up. Well, they'll never get rid of Michelle. That's the one thing about RuPaul. Like, he wanted Michelle since the beginning, but then they had Merle Ginsburg, and Michelle was on the radio at the time. So around season 3, that's when they were able to bring her in. That was Jiggly season. So they were able to bring her in around that time. And wait, was it Jiggly on season 3 or was it season 4? No, Jiggly was on the season with Fifi and them. Season 3 was Raja. That's when Raja won. That's when they brought her on. Then when Michelle Visage came on. But yeah, Michelle will never leave. RuPaul will always keep her there. But everybody else, y'all can rotate them out. He said one of the first trans people I ever heard of was Brandon Tina. Oh yeah, from that. What was that? Boys Don't Cry? It was a documentary called Transtasia about a drag. Oh yeah, I did hear that. I don't think I ever saw it though, but I've heard of Transtasia. Today is the 32nd anniversary of Girl. Not how old is Supermodel? If Back to My Roots is that old, damn, I think Supermodel might be 33 years old. He said, yeah, Jiggly was on season 4. Season 3 was Raja. And all the brown girls, that's when everybody started getting mad. Because they're like, oh, no, we can't keep giving it to the dark skin queen. Well, tell them, oh, saltine bitches to step their pussy up. Then you ended up giving it to that damn racist. What's her name? Sharon Needles, which I heard she's finally rehabilitated after all them years of being on the drugs. So shout out to her. I think did Willem reveal that? I think she was the one that revealed that. I knew this story. This episode was going to go over to 3 hours, but we had a lot of topics. But anyway, I will tell y'all that, yeah, I'm not going to be here on Wednesday because, it's the Knicks. They've won that big game. And shout out to all them celebrities that was there. It was pandemonium. I wish I could have showed y'all the video because I did record video of, like, the outside of the garden was chaotic. Dudes was climbing the damn lamp post. There was one cute little white boy that got up there where he took his shirt off. And I said, ooh. There was some cuties up in there too, but I was outside, so I can say all of that. And Timothy Chalamet at one point stuck his head out the car, and the boys was literally trying to pull him out the car. Security was up in there. I know was freaking out. So Timothy Chalamet was like living his best life. I had my eye on him the whole night because he was literally across from me. So he was there. Lenny Kravitz was there. Ice Spice was even there. And I'm like, what is this bitch here? But then I forgot she's from New York. So yeah, I saw Ice Spice. Fabulous was there. Who else? Fat Joe and Remy Ma, because I was like, is that Remy? It damn sure was, because right next to Fat Joe had a scarf on his head, looking like the maid. about to go feed the birds outside Tuppence. That's what he was giving with that scarf on his head. And so yeah, it was like OD. Oh, Bad Bunny was there too. Bad Bunny was sitting right next to I've been seeing Bad Bunny all week. And then I'm like, why is Bad Bunny spending so much time in New York? Like he was at the Met Gala, but then realized I was like, oh, he was on SNL. So that's why he was in New York the whole week. So I guess in between his rehearsals with SNL, he was coming to the Knicks games. So I'm definitely curious to find out who's going to be there on Wednesday, because you already know, like the Knicks in 6, this has been the longest time since I think 25 years that they made it this far. So it was pandemonium. And me trying to get out of my job to get home, oh, it was hell. Like I literally, people was blocking the streets. If you was trying to drive down 8th Avenue, you was not getting through all of that, because them people was outside. We was outside. Everybody was going crazy. It was just literally like, if you were in the middle of that, it was just a lot. So that was my experience. So you said Kylie Sonique Love was the first queen to come out. Yeah, that's what I was saying before. I was like, season 2, she was the first one to come out, because somebody had said, I don't even, it wasn't on the show, but it was in my comments on something I wrote. They said somebody else came out. But then they said Monica Beverly Hills. I said, no, it was Kylie Sonique Love. Yeah, Monica did come out on the show when she was up for elimination. But for the most part, Kylie came out on her season. I'm trying to remember, was it on the show or was it the reunion? I think it was the reunion when she came out. All she wants. Oh, wait, all that she wants. I was like, all that she wants. Why are we talking about Ace of Base? But then you was talking about Ace of Base. They said 32 years ago. Don't remind me, that was the 90s. They had The Queen on Netflix for a while, but trans pageant girls in this. Oh, you talking about is that wait, no, The Queen is not the one. That's not the one with Crystal LaBeija, right? Where she went on Miss Harlow. And then Aja went and played her on Drag Race. But anyway, let's move on, because we got a lot more Drag Race news, including All Stars 10 news. Mistress Isabelle Brooks is speaking out about, and I don't know, this is the one thing that pissed me off about TikTok, that it keeps closing. Every time I be trying to go to a video, if you don't watch it right away, it closes out. So TikTok, you're annoying with that. But anyway, so let's get into this Mistress Isabelle Brooks tea, which she is speaking out, and she's saying basically, y'all ain't seen nothing yet, because she said this current season, the Pink Team, which she is a part of, she said it's like the Real Housewives meets baddies. So that's what we could expect when we see Miss Mama Mistress. So the Tournament of All-Stars, otherwise known as All-Stars 10, is now well underway, with 6 of its 18-strong cast already cut in half to decide which 3 queens are moving forward to the semifinal. And we already talked about that in the Aja story, but for those who didn't see that clip, I'm going to just let y'all know who the 3 are. And it was my choices from the beginning, if y'all been watching. Like I said, it was going to be Bosco, Irene the Alien, and Aja. Aja was like the last one they was gonna pick, but those are my top 3 from the beginning, because I was like, all 3 of those girls served. Deja, you know, the mug is always sickening, but I just felt like she really wasn't bringing it in the challenges. Who else? Phoenix was kind of like, Phoenix is an icon in the drag world, but I just feel like that whenever it comes to drag race, she's always lacking that confidence, like that same confidence you had when you run in Atlanta. I really wish that she would have brought that into the challenges, but I just felt like that maybe she was intimidated. I don't know. It's like she would just maybe she was overwhelmed and intimidated by a lot of the girls that were on the show. Like, I mean, she was up against Bosco, girl, them titties is tittying, and the body is sickening, and she delivers. And Irene the Alien, I'm so glad that we're finally getting to see Irene represented like in the proper way, because I was a fan of Irene when she was on her season, on season 15. But it was unfortunate that, she got eliminated first up against Born as Amethyst, but she didn't really serve it in the lip sync. But it just seems like that, yeah, when she came back to All Stars, Miss Mamas was hungry. And I'm just so glad to see Aja come into her own, and I'm glad the girls voted correctly, meaning even though Olivia did piss me off in how she voted, in the, with the alliance that she had with Deja, you was over here double dipping. You had an alliance with Deja and you had an alliance with Aja, but you kind of did Aja dirty, which had Aja in her feelings. I'm glad you voted in the right way in the end, because remember, y'all both sisters from the house of Miyake Mugler. You can't go off and let this show come between y'all and what y'all got going on outside the show. So I'm glad that you were nice enough, even though Aja felt a little bad in the end. But I'm glad that Olivia redeemed herself. But nevertheless, so we got our final three. I also want to wonder this because Naysha Lopez revealed a couple of things on Roscoe's last week. One, she said that they couldn't get any of the girls to sign on for this current season because a lot of them didn't understand what the concept was in regards to the tournament and how normally they get paid. Well, she said when she did All Stars, she got paid $10,000, I guess, to come for a stipend for the clothes and all other stuff that they could probably use that against the wardrobe and things of that nature. But with the girl only doing 3 episodes, well, I guess, and then of course, 3 episodes, and then if you make it to the semifinals and you get to do the additional episodes, like what would the stipend be? So a lot of the girls with the money and everything, they didn't want to sign on because of it. And then number 2, she didn't mention the whole thing about we all knew about. So here's the thing. Before I wrap that up, she didn't explain what was the thing that caused the girls to want to do the show. Like, what was the hook that the producers got to finally get the 18 queens to do the show if they couldn't get anybody to be on the show? Like, you didn't tell us that part. You got so caught up in the salaciousness that it was like, but you left us hanging. Like, what was it that got everybody to sign on? Because how am I going to do only 3 episodes? And you already heard Deja was complaining because she said that, you aired both, we're only doing 3 episodes. You aired 2 of our episodes the first week. So that's already like a binge. And then our final week was last Friday. So now we're done. And y'all wait till like middle of the season to start booking the girls. And so Deja wants to work. I'm going to kind of be flagging behind. I don't think, I guess Olivia will be fine because she's a ballroom queen. And then Phoenix will be fine too because she runs Atlanta. So yeah, she'll get a little notoriety. And she'll probably go a couple of different places and they'll book her because she's a legend. But for the most part, she's running Atlanta. So she's like, okay, I did TV. I can go back to Atlanta and just continue to do my thing and have steady work. But Deja, I guess, was the more worried one that was worrying because she's kind of gonna be left behind in the whole situation. Whereas all the other girls will probably get booked. You already know that Aja's booking is gonna go up. Bosco's definitely gonna get booked places. And Irene, people gagged so much, and this was so unexpected to see what her drag aesthetic was, especially how she was chopped first in her season, that she's definitely going to get pushed to the front of the line in regards to bookings. So with all that being said, the pink bracket now is about to come up this week, and there's a TikTok that appeared to show Mistress Isabelle Brooks at a viewing party for All Stars 10 and teased that according to her, we ain't seen nothing yet. So I do have that clip because I wanted to set all that up. And no, don't start playing without me now, Chair. So we're gonna wind this back and we'll come back and talk. Please.
Mistress Isabelle Brooks being messy.
I don't know. I just feel like bracket 2, if I had to describe it, it's like Real Housewives and these baddies take yeah, it's a little bit of everything. After watching the first group, I was like, oh, my bracket is so different. So the second we all got together, it was absolute putrid shit and chaos mixed together. But the second my eyes laid upon Tina Burner, it was over. The tectonic plate shifted or something. Your eyes were burning. My eyes were burning from her, my nose was burning from Nicole. There was a lot of shit in the mix. But girl, I can't say too much, but just know I'm not one of the girls to hype shit up. It is going to be iconic.
Mistress Isabelle Brooks being.
Yeah, so I could definitely see that. You know what? Especially with the team of girls that is going to be on the show, I definitely could see it's definitely going to be messy when it comes down to, the team of girls that they have together. So who do they have a part of the pink team? The pink team is Mistress, Tina Burner, Nicole Paige Brooks, and Georges and Kerry Colby and Lydia Boho Collins. So those are the 6 girls that's going to be up next week. And then the final week, we got Team Purple with Acid Betty, Alyssa Hunter, Cynthia Lee Fontaine, Diabetica, Denali, and Ginger Minge. So we already know, and I think they intentionally did that because, with Mistress and all of them, these are a lot of strong personalities, especially when we talk about Mistress Isabelle Brooks, Tina Burner. Nicole Paige Brooks is, she's an icon just up there, just like Phoenix. So you already know she don't play. And I like Nicole Page Brooks when she was on her season. Tell me, what season was Nicole on? Was she also a season 2 queen? I don't know. Those are the logo days, child. Y'all can't expect me to remember who was on what 15 years ago. But yeah, so yeah, Mistress, Tina, Nicole, and Georgia's, Georgia's gonna be just pretty or whatever the case is. The pretty girls, you got Georgia and Carrie Colby, and Lydia definitely gonna be a force to be reckoned with. So it'll be cute to see her up in there. But just to see like who are gonna be all the girls that's gonna make it all the way to the end, it'll be interesting. I could definitely see possibly Mistress. We already know Georgia's makes it all the way to the end. That spoiler came out already. And I don't know who the third would be. I would definitely have to just watch the episode to come up with my overall assessment. But since it's already been spoiled that Georgia's makes it to the top 2, and I could definitely see Mistress probably getting up in there. But Mistress gives me all mouth, but because she in good TV. But can she be a top bitch in regards to the challenges? Because it was like she was doing all right or whatever on her season. And she made it to the top 4, but she was also good TV. So that could have also helped in that situation. So I'm definitely curious to, see how it all plays out. And they definitely, because all these girls together, it's going to be a lot of drama. So I'm definitely looking forward to it. And so let me know what your overall thoughts are on this season so far. You guys excited to check out what the pink team has to offer on this upcoming season of Drag Race? I feel like now with this team, I'll probably be able to do a full on review of the episode, because no shade to the orange team, y'all were all right. Y'all didn't really give me like I could just do a whole overall assessment of what y'all was doing for 5 minutes and incorporate it with other topics, which I did, rather than actually sitting down and being like, you know what, I could just do a regular, full 20-minute recap or whatever. Y'all just wasn't giving that. But I definitely feel like with these strong personalities we're about to get with the pink team, I'll definitely be able to do a full-fledged review. So I'm definitely looking forward to Friday episode, which I don't know if y'all know, Paramount Plus drops them at midnight Eastern Standard Time. You don't have to wait for like 3 in the morning like we used to. It literally drops at midnight. So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. Alex says, I'm so glad for bracket 2. I mean, I'm so excited for bracket 2, especially after the top 2. And you said I spoiled it. Did I really spoil it? Or it was already out there. My bad. You said they should have gotten a Spanish translator for because you heard the same thing about Jessica Wilde. That's what I meant to mention. Jessica Wilde was the one that told Naisha that she was approached, but she was like, I don't understand. But I'm like, yeah, maybe you should have got one of your cousins to listen in and be able to translate to you the whole situation. That's what I would have did. Oh yeah, there's gonna be people that's gonna be mad. You said I would have put a top 2 spoiler warning when you turn this into a clip. Mm-hmm. Yeah, because they're gonna be cussing me out. But like, bitch. Yes, I probably have to put spoiler in the headline, so people don't become, you were running the mail and Jordan mentioned that. It's like, my bad. I should have probably did do that, because there have been people in here that have gotten mad at me for doing that in a live chat. Okay, so now last but certainly not least, here's our final drag topic, where we have a Drag Race winner who is advising future queens to not appear on future All-Star seasons. And that winner is none other than Babalina, the drag queena. So yeah, she been out here saying that, yeah, don't do it. So having previously ruled out a return to the franchise in April, Bob is now advising other queens to do the same when it comes to editions of the franchise that bring queens from around the world together. He made his most recent comments on his own podcast, Sibling Watchery. In the latest episode, he was joined by my girl, season 8 sister, Naomi Smalls, rather than a Monet Exchange. And I'm going to shout out Naomi, because Naomi's been making a lot of appearances on other people's podcasts. Like, I relatively enjoyed her overall fashion reviews that she was doing with Race Chaser. So I've been watching that a lot lately as well. Like, Naomi's been up on there giving, first of all, Naomi has always been that fashion girl. Like, of course, Biggie Smalls, Naomi Campbell have always been like, that's where her drag name comes from. So you already know, with Legs for Days, she's going to give you full fashion for herself. So she walks the walk. So when she's going to come out and give critiques on the fashion, I'm gonna listen to what she got to say. And she was pretty much on point with a lot of her assessments. So I was liking her over there. And I like her that she's making appearances on here. I think at one point that Naomi was doing her own thing with a podcast, whatever, but I don't know if she was doing it often enough that people cared. Because I would hear little things and then it was like out of sight, out of mind. I would forget and I would just jump on and watch other people's stuff. But I was checking out Naomi, whenever she would post things online. But I just don't think that she's been consistent with the podcast or her own podcast stuff. But anyway, so discussing the record number of queens currently competing on All Stars 10, Bob said that she wanted season 14's Cornbread Jeté to return. And y'all know Cornbread look like a whole other person because Miss Mama lost all that weight. She's skinnier than Lizzo. And I had to take a double take. I'm like, Harper, who this woman? Because when I looked at her, I'm like, she looked like a whole nother person. So Cornbread out here looking like a snack. Well, she was always a snack, but she looks like even more of a snack. So she said, so they said when a producer chimed in, it was probably when they said when a producer, wait, does Big Dipper work over there on that show? And probably it doesn't, because I'm sitting there thinking Mom. Because Big Dipper does work on a lot of those shows. I know he works on his show with oh my god, I'm forgetting names. It doesn't matter. So yeah, when a producer chimed in that Cornbread might have been asked to do a versus the world, Bob said, I would never. She said, any queens, if you're being offered versus the world, say no. We have to stop them from even offering it as an option. If you all just keep saying no, they'll stop offering it. So you trying to take food out of people's mouth and tell them to give up on a project? Like, why would you? Here's what I don't understand. Why would you go and tell somebody not to do it versus the world? This is the opportunity for other queens to, make a living. And you're telling them don't do it. What's wrong with the versus the world concept? Anyway, so she says, there is no way you would ever convince me, and I know I won Drag Race, but bitch, if I was Alyssa Summers, this is where she confused Alyssa Edwards with Marina Summers. And sidebar, shout out to Marina Summers, who made history as the first drag queen to appear at Cannes Film Festival. She was at the Cannes Film Festival over the weekend. So I'm like, damn, we making history as the first to go to Cannes? Like, y'all never had a drag queen over there? You can't say the first homosexual because all them faggots running around the Cannes Film Festival. You couldn't tell me they ain't one up in there. But anyway, so, yeah, she said, you could not convince me to do it versus the world. Now, when Naomi Smalls asked about Global All-Stars, Bob stated that was even worse. Meanwhile, Smalls said she'd do whatever is there. Now, asked by the same producer if Bob would compete for $1 million, Bob laughed, okay, I'm back in, but nothing less. Well, child, you was over there, you could win the traders, but you sitting there telling people not to go on versus the world? Now, Bob didn't offer any explanation for his vehement opposition to queens doing Global All-Stars or versus the world, but coming in a discussion about the rules of All Stars 10, how many queens are competing, a record-breaking 18 queens, and how that could affect future seasons of All Stars, it suggests Bob thinks there are too many versions of Drag Race, but that is unconfirmed. Well, that's the thing that bothers me about this situation. Like, I feel like if you're going to come out and say that someone should not do a versus the world, saying, I would never, and I would advise other girls to not do it. To me, and I've said this before, I don't know if I've said it on the show, or I may have said it to people, and I like Bob, and I've interviewed Bob back in the day during his season of Drag Race. However, I do feel like since Bob has become vehemently, very successful, from winning his season to being the MC of Madonna's celebration tour, to being on the Traitors, to all the big projects that they've had, of course, sibling watchery, sibling rivalry, all these other things you have going on. Sometimes I feel like Bob head is up his ass. Like, I feel like your ego has gotten the best of you, and it is giving that. Like, to me, if you're going to sit up here and say, oh, I would never do it, and I would advise other queens do it, it's like it's easy for you to say because you won the show. You've been able to parlay your career as a winner into this big career that you have. But to advise people to not go on something because, yes, it provides them. I mean, unfortunately, not everybody's able to stand out like you or Bianca Del Rio or Trixie Mattel or any of these other girls that have been able to parlay huge careers beyond Drag Race. Some of these girls got to keep going on so that way they can get those bookings. Because, yeah, we are oversaturated with a lot of Drag Race. There's not a lot of clubs that can accommodate these girls. There's only been so many queens y'all got on that damn residency in Vegas. So these, you know, the more shows that y'all create, there's so many queens. It's like, how many queens have we had so far that have sashayed into these workrooms? It's got to be over 200, or maybe even more than that. Yeah, it's got to be more than 200. I'm talking about on the American version. But then if you're talking about the international version, these international queens aren't afforded the same opportunities that the American girls are. Yeah, it's a lot more poignant because RuPaul is the biggest drag queen to ever be successful and cross over into many avenues: movies, music, fashion, makeup lines, books, you know, all the things. Ru has been able to dabble in each of the different genres. So I'm not for taking food out of somebody's mouth or as a way for them going to make a living, because you've had it good since you left Drag Race. But if you want to talk about there's too many versions of Drag Race, I will agree with that. It is too many damn shows. But also, if you want to refer to how shady production could be to a lot of the talent, maybe you could speak on that. But you know, they said there were some people that didn't like what he said. One person said, Luciana Innocence, said, so easy for an American winner to say. Majority of the girls from international franchises get barely any career boost post-show. So to get an opportunity to go on a season that more people watch is a no-brainer. And Bob goes, where are we going to see it? Baby, go to a bar. Go to a drag bar. So now, then LaFille, who first competed on Drag Race UK season 4 and then returned for the second season of Canada versus the World, said, I really enjoyed the whole process second time around with no pressure. Life's too short to be that neggy about fun opportunities. So I think also when it happens, when you first go on these Drag Race shows, the girls are like, you know, everybody's timid. Nobody knows what to expect. Some people be walking on eggshells trying to self-produce and all that other mess, and then sometimes you don't get their true authentic self. But when it comes down to it, when they go on the Versus the World, when they go on the All Stars, which, sidebar, I did see an announcement yesterday. We didn't get no kind of full information, but we got a what is it? Drag Race France All Stars coming. I just saw the advertisement. That is all over the thing. Nope, we don't know who the queens are. I'm sure they leaked whoever's on it, but we got Drag Race All Stars from France coming. So and France is a very good show. I love France. I like España, and I feel like that's it. Thailand is all right. I mean, all the other ones I don't really watch all that much, but France and España are the two international shows that I really watch. Canada, I'm like, whatever. I don't know. You Canadian queens irritate me. Y'all come across as just a little too chipper, but then also it just gives me fake and phony. And I don't like none of them hosts up there. Brooklyn Heights, I don't care for her. I don't care for Stacey Melco or whatever I'm fucking saying. Brad Goreski gives me fake and phony. So I don't know. I don't particularly, it just don't feel, y'all don't give me authentic when I watch y'all. So and RuPaul can only do with so many shows before he's worn thin and got to pay all them damn taxes traveling the world. So, well, I can understand where Bob. I mean, well, I can't say I understand because I don't understand where Bob's coming from. I just wish that if you're going to come out and make that blanket of a statement, you need to finish it off as, okay, why wouldn't you personally want to do these type of shows? If it's a way that you're looking out for the queens and things of that nature, then I could understand that. But it didn't seem like that was a place when you were coming. You were just telling people, well, yeah, I won the show already, so I don't need to do Drag Race. I wouldn't do All Stars. I wouldn't do these things. But it's like, yeah, you're successful, so you can't speak on what it's like where some of these girls aren't afforded the same opportunities as you are who aren't getting booked and busy like you are. So I don't think you can speak on those things. So it is, I don't know. I mean, it just felt like it just came from a place of hateration. But there was no hateration or holleration in this dancery. So I definitely want to hear from y'all. What do you guys think of this story? Do you agree with what Bob had to say? But I don't know. I just feel like if you're going to say something and make that type of statement, you need to be clear and just more upfront and be more explanatory in why you feel like these girls should not do these versus the worlds or whatever you want to call it. I'm going to say don't do global all-stars because that shit was a hot-ass mess. Maybe that's what you was talking about because that wasn't really a versus the world. That was like global all-stars. And that was clearly tailor-made for Alyssa Edwards to win, not Alyssa Summers. Or what is that? Oh, wait, no, he said Alyssa. What was it? He mixed both the damn names. But it wasn't Alyssa Summers didn't win. It was Alyssa Edwards. So you got your girls confused. So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. They said I couldn't recognize cornbread. The big girls are really going extent. Okay. That seems like they all taking that Ozempic or Mounjaro, whatever drug of choice they use. It's like they all going on that little weight loss situation. Because yeah, she's like a totally different person. Even Silky Duckman Ganache is out here trying to lose weight. Bob shading the whole franchise is definitely going to go well with WoW. It's mostly for international girls, but he can keep riding on his high horse. Yeah, that's what it definitely gives. Like you feel like you above the show, but it's like, sir, nobody knew. I knew who you was because you was in the New York scene, and I knew your girl at the time too, Miss Cracker, because I used to go to Miss Cracker shows, and Cracker and I was friendly when I was going out to her shows in Hell's Kitchen. So, you needed Drag Race to kind of catapult your career to where it is today. So don't bite the hand that fed you, is what I'm going to say about that. Magical Mermaids in the building, not Alyssa All-Stars. Can you imagine they put a bunch of Alyssas in the show? How many Alyssas are there? Because that seems to be a popular name. Bob, you're not Violet. Child, Violet ain't Violet. Bob is giving Violet, like, ungrateful. Violet's also, I don't particularly care for her, and I don't care for that other one. What's her name? The trans man that was on there. I don't particularly care for him either. Because her attitude is stink too. And she don't like paying allegedly don't like paying people for their time and their work. Well, she is a fashion girl. I will give her that. Got Mick. That's what I was like, child, I forget that girl name. But anyway, let's move on because we got about 3 more topics left. And then we're done. So we done with the Drag Race stuff. Let's get into some relationship news. Billionaire David Geffen, who is 82, is divorcing his husband of less than 2 years, who is 32, for irreconcilable differences, whatever that means. But this is what they divorcing on. So David Geffen, who has been a prominent music mogul, and I believe someone's told me that he helped Cher get her life back together after she got out of her marriage to Sonny Bono. So he's been helping a lot of people behind the scenes. So David Geffen is that dude. But there was always homosexual rumors around David Geffen for years. There was even a rumor that he used to hunch Keanu Reeves. There was that old story. I remember that. But anyway, entertainment billionaire David Geffen has filed for divorce of his husband, David Armstrong, after less than 2 years of marriage, which David Armstrong is not his real name, by the way. The 82-year-old mogul tied the knot with the go-go dancer, who goes by Donovan Michaels, when he performs in 2023, and the two did not sign a prenup. Now, with the help of well-known divorce attorney Laura Wasser, isn't that Jennifer Lopez attorney? Geffen decided irreconcilable differences as the reason for the split. This is according to TMZ. Despite not signing a prenup, we won't prenup. Forbes put the retired businessman net worth to be $8.7 billion. And you already know the girl's going to be like, oh, somebody getting paid. But what people need to realize is that, because I've always known this, but I learned this recently because I watched The Real Housewives of Beverly Hills with Dorit and PK, where they said that if they hit that 10-year mark and you get a divorce around the 10-year anniversary or whatever the case is, they've been married for 10 years or more, then they can acquire half of your earnings. So he could have gotten half of that $1.8 billion. But I don't think, because they haven't been married long enough, that Young Buck is going to be able to walk away with half of his money. And I feel like, you know what, some people out here saying, oh, David is stupid. Why would he die? I was like, first of all, David Geffen is 82 years old. You can't be buried with all that money. So if I have to break my man off a little something that he set, that he ain't got to worry about struggling, I'll give him a little money. Like, I ain't hurting for cash. Like, I'm not going to sit and hoard $1.8 billion damn dollars. I'm like, I'll break him off a little something. So for those who aren't aware, Geffen co-founded Asylum Records in 1971, founded Geffen Records in 1980, and DGC Records in 1990, and co-founded DreamWorks Records in 1996. However, the record executive has been retired for 15 years, and his income now consists of stock and equities, which are separate property. Per California law, dividends from stocks remain separate, which could possibly leave Armstrong without a large cash settlement. The performer will receive spousal support for a year. However, since under California law, spouses receive payment for half the length of their marriage. Geffen will also pay Armstrong spousal support and attorney's fees, citing divorce documents. Because you know that boy ain't got no coin. So why not? But let's Google his man for a second. Look at that. He's a fine ass man. And you know what? If no shade, but if I was David Geffen and I had David Geffen coin, trust and believe, I would be surrounding myself with many men that look like him. You know, I have all that arm candy, and I be out here living my best life. Why not? If I got all this coin and I'm living my best life, and I got him on the yacht, and we out here having a good old time, who wouldn't want to be surrounded by all that eye candy? You'd be a fool if you didn't. But I don't know if I would get married. Because it's like, I would just have my money. I just be living off my, I just be luxuriating off of my riches and, drinking my booze and surrounded by a lot of hot boys. They could be on the yacht, just sunbathing, skinny dipping, me just enjoying the view. And that's what it is. I be living my full-fledged homosexual life. That's the ideal dream. Yeah, I'm putting it out in the universe. I want to make enough money. Whereas when I'm 82 and still snatched for the gods, the body is bodying, because David Geffen, looking at him, David Geffen is in good shape. He's not an ugly man. He's an older man. And this young man was his personal trainer. Back in 2020, he gave David Geffen's personal trainer before they got married in a private ceremony in Beverly Hills. And then in 2023, I think we talked about this around the time that I talked about the story when them two got together, how, his past came out. David Armstrong's past. His former friends basically told the Post at the time that the dancer's income stems from picking up odd jobs in New York and Miami. The go-go dancer was born David Armstrong in Michigan until he began going by Brandon Foster after relocating in Florida in 2014. The trainer started dancing and performing parties at homosexual clubs around Miami, including clothing optional pool party. Ooh, I would love to have me a clothing optional pool party, along with plenty of other hot, sexy guys. Now, Armstrong was no stranger to flaunt his toned physique on Instagram photos, with one shot from September 2014 noting he was doing a little camming tonight. Ooh, let me find out you out here doing chatterbait on one of them sites, because you doing a little camming. Is that where David met you? Oh, wait, actually, they said he was doing he was his personal trainer. So, but I'm sure he probably did see him up there beating his meat for a coin, couple of tokens on one of them sites. They said the caption added that he would put on a good show for anyone who would pay for his footage. 2 years later, around 2016, Armstrong left Florida for New York City, where he took on his new name. A former girlfriend revealed she only knew Armstrong to date women, but due to the fact he liked adventure and would dive headfirst into situations, his former flame wasn't shocked by his marriage, saying, "I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, he's very attractive. He would tell me people just assume that he was into guys from what he posts on Instagram." And he says, I know that he was getting comments like that from gay men, that he was really attractive and in really good shape. And to me, David Geffen was probably that type that was like, you know what? You're a good looking guy. I'll take care of you. Let's get married. I'll give you a little stipend. You just be my, you just be my little Aunt Candy. I'll take you around the world, and you just can't be out here sticking your dingling and no poom poom. And you just, I don't know if he topped them off or whatever the case was, whatever the sexual stuff they was doing is none of my business. And if David wants to run around here being gay for pay, that's what he gonna sign on for, because if that's part of y'all marriage and that's something you want to do, that's between y'all. But for the most part, I just feel like whatever their situation was, that's between them. And look, if he's a billionaire and this is what he wants to spend his money on, I don't think he's an idiot for it. It's like he's 82 years old. Like, he's out here living his best life with no fucks given and hunching who you want to hunch. Because if I had that coin, trust and believe, I'd be doing whatever the hell I want with whoever I want. Of course, consent would be added to the situation, but that's just me. So this is saying, what do you guys think of this story in regards of David Geffen and his man getting a divorce? When I first saw the post that was making its rounds all over social media, I thought it was fake. I thought it was AI. I'm like, I don't believe this. I thought it was, because it literally was the same post, like the same screenshot, photo, whatever, that was making its rounds. And then so I was like, let me just look it up, Google Schmoogle, all that other stuff. And then I looked it up, and it's the major trades was talking about it. So I'm like, okay, I guess it's true. So let me know what you guys think of this story. I definitely want to hear from y'all. So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. All right. A bunch of new Kylie Minogue music dropped. We finally get the B-side, Tightrope, and Good Like That. Well, child, it was about time, because I remember those songs. I'm like, I was liking those songs when I was hearing it. And I was like, when we gonna get them? Now you talking about they came out. David is part owner of the founder, they mentioned DreamWorks. I've been knowing about David Geffen for a long time. Like, those names have always popped up. In Your Eyes, Japanese editions of Kiss Me Once, and Hits exclusive greatest hits album for Aphrodite. David is sharp as a tack. He knows the laws. Of course he does. And these little boys, they be thinking, oh yeah, I got him. Like, because I'm young and I'm pretty. And it's like, yeah, use what you got to get what you want. I am not hating on if, shit. It's hard out here in this world, especially everybody trying to make ends meet. And if you find you a good man, Savannah, or somebody who, is a billionaire that want to take care of you, if you get you a sugar daddy, shit, do what you got to do. So you be taken care of. But I don't know what he's going to do now, because I'm sure he's not going to make out with a lot of money. I remember the late Irene Cara saying that David Geffen ruined her career when she dared to question him about her royalties. Ooh, well, we'll see if he's able to. Patrick Arnold, Pat Daddy, my dream man. Are you talking about Patrick Schwarzenegger? They're a cute couple, even if the age gap is crazy. You were 50. Yeah, that's what I'm like. There's a 50-year gap between them. That's what I'm like. That's crazy. What the hell would could y'all be? What the hell would y'all possibly have in common? I guess you just got to be pretty and be on his arm. He could have made a mint on. Child, maybe he will now, because you could be. I'm David Geffen husband or ex-husband. Now I'm on OF playing with my ding-a-ling for a fee. Speaking of which, I happened to come across Julian Barbosa from the Wild Podcast. I came across his OF, his free one. Y'all, you children, y'all cackle, y'all crack me up. I was literally looking at, like, when you go on the free page or whatever. So I subscribed just because I wanted to be nosy, and then I unsubscribed after I was done, because I'm like, girl, you're not going to try to get me, because then all of a sudden y'all want to make the free page a pay page, and you're going to try to get a mint out of my account. I was like, nope, you're not doing that. So I unsubscribed. But I looked at the thing, and literally he got these videos and stuff where they charge like $50 to $100. I'm like, for what? First of all, y'all be doing nothing on y'all stuff. Teasing. I wonder if they actually make good money off the YouTube channel. So it's like, yeah, you got to watch the homosexuals. They just as ruthless. All right, so now we got some sad news, y'all. Let's get into this story. So now, Big Freedia revealed on social media that her baby daddy, her man, for over 2 decades, Devon, passed away over the weekend from complications of diabetes. Now, I was not expecting to hear some of this news, but yeah, she basically revealed this tea. And he was only 38 years old. So I'm like, girl, you was with him since he was 18 and you 47? Okay. So now they posted on Instagram on Thursday, May 15th, with an emotional post to announce Hurst's death, called caused by complications of diabetes, and pay tribute to his life, saying, quote, "I'm devastated to have to announce that today my partner of 20 years, Devon Hurst, passed away peacefully due to complications from diabetes, surrounded by his lovely family." This is what Freedia said. The New Orleans artist explained Hurst is survived by his mother, Shireen, sisters Mashonda, Stephanie, and Jayla, brothers Stephen, Stefan, and Malcolm. Damn, he had a lot of siblings. He also had a kid. He had kids. I didn't even know that. He had a daughter named Zariel, son Devon, nieces and nephews, and partner Freddie Ross Jr. Now, of course, Freddie Ross Jr. would be Big Freedia. So yeah, this is the post that they posted on the IG and said the following: "I'm devastated to have to announce that today my partner, blah, 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 passed away. He will deeply, I think you meant put B. He will be deeply missed by everyone in the community who knew him and loved him. We take comfort in knowing he is free from any pain and suffering and is at peace in the loving arms of Jesus Christ. The Hurst and Ross family asks at this time for everyone to say a prayer for our family and please respect our privacy. Public services will be announced once completed." T.S. Madison jumped in the comments and said, "My condolences, sister." Another person, Coco Montree, said, "My condolences to you and yours." Michelle Visage said, "Oh, honey, sending so much love and condolences." My girl Dominique Tyra Aloy Jackson jumped into the comments and said, "My condolences." Stevie Smoke Dapper, I don't know, Chad, y'all be able with these damn names, said, "So sorry, Freedia." Then we got some people that was like, "So sorry, RIP, my condolences." They sent some prayer emojis. Monica Denise, I don't know, is that Monica as in the singer? Said, "My God, at Big Freedia, we are praying and lifting yours and his family's name. May God grant you all peace and surpass understanding. We love you." The Faith Evans jumped in the comments and said, "My prayers and condolences to you." So everybody was up in the comments, celebrities and Drag Race, World of Wonder family members and things of that nature, sorry, jumped in the comments and, shared their condolences. So in a June 2023 post with another mag, Freedia spoke about believing in love at first sight and said, quote, "I experienced it with my partner and we've been together going on 18 years. She said at the time, "It's our love that kept us together." Now, some of Freedia's friends and fellow musicians, as I stated before, left supportive comments. And so, so Monica Denise, that was Monica the singer. So I already read all those comments, so we don't need to go through those again. Then after sharing the post, Freedia did return to Instagram with a celebratory post for her sister Crystal's birthday in which she acknowledged Hurst's death, saying, "Happy birthday to my baby sister. She knows how much her words could even explain. She knows the pain her brother is in right now." And so this is Freedia's sister. I'm like, "Oh, she pretty." And so Crystal Antoinette, she said, "I'll make it up to you, promise you that I love you. We gonna have many more to celebrate." So it was like, yeah, she's going through mourning right now. Unfortunately, your birthday fell around the time that, Freedia lost the love of her life. Because I'm like, look, if you've ever watched like Big Freedia, Queen of Bounce, and the reality show that she has on World of Wonder, I was watching a couple of episodes of that show that she has on there. We've gotten to know Devon. We've seen Devon on the show, and I know some people was like, "Why are you still with Devon? Devon is no good. You've been wanting Devon to kind of get up off his ass and do certain things," but that was between them. So we saw the ups and downs of their relationship and stuff. And yes, I like Devon for her, but and I didn't realize that he was sick and stuff. But just know that he's in a better place, and this is why it's vitally important as well for people to take care of their health. Like, it's vitally important that, especially men of color, take care of your health, be it your blood pressure, if when it's time for, that get that colonoscopy, get that checked, make sure that, they're checking all kinds of things. Because the one last thing you don't want prostate cancer, you don't want, and especially the Black community, especially if you live down south, the way that we eat, especially like, we love our ribs and our candy yams, and we love the mac and cheese, and we love them salty ass collard greens. We love our soul food. We like all those things, but we got to keep our glucose level in check. We got to keep our blood pressure in check. We got to check, and we got to keep our sugar levels at a certain way. So we just need to be mindful of our health. And I know a lot of men don't like going to the doctor, but look, that'll save your life. It's very vitally important that you go to the doctor and keep up on your health. So I definitely want to hear from you guys. What do you think of this story regarding Big Freedia losing the love of her life, Devon, after 20 years of being in a relationship together? So I definitely want to hear from y'all. Let me know what your thoughts are on this story in the comments down below. You said allegedly a Brandy and Monica tour is happening. You want to know something? To be honest, I definitely think a Brandy and Monica tour would work. With them kind of having a joint tour, I definitely think that would be a cute tour. I don't know if that would that work as I was like, would Brandy and Monica do an arena tour work? I think it would. I think equally they have probably the same amount of fans. I think the same people that definitely, well, I don't know. I was gonna say maybe the same people that love Mary J. Blige will come out, but no shade. Mary's audience is very ratchet, so I don't know if they kind of pair the same audience. I mean, maybe Monica a little bit, but Brandy was a wholesome girl, so it's gonna be a mixture. But I would definitely love to see like if they do a Brandy and Monica tour I could definitely see them doing an arena tour. But maybe they need to start out small because I don't know. But they got the equal. I think they have equally the same amount of fans. But I would definitely love to see them on tour together. Big Freedia is a sweet soul who deserves flowers for what she's done for homosexuals. Yeah, I don't understand why Big Freedia isn't as big as she is. Like, she should be a lot bigger. She should be on a lot bigger platforms. So while you have some of you Black Pride self-hating faggots running around here giving platforms to Kaya and who's the other bitch? Young Miami. Why you giving these hoes Black Pride headlining shows? Why aren't you calling up the Big Freedias? Why aren't you calling up the Lil Nas X's? Why aren't you asking T.S. Madison to host and all this other stuff? Y'all keep going to the most problematic of people. That's kind of like y'all throwing money at Bussy Madass and asking him to do a Pride event. Like, I would not be surprised if that would be something y'all would do, because y'all find the most problematic people and give them a platform. What's up with the self-hatred between the community, especially in the Black community? And then they get mad when a lot of those Black artists, like a RuPaul and like a T.S. Madison and so many others, are welcome, and Lil Nas X are welcome in those white spaces, because they're willing to give them the things that y'all should be giving our own people, but y'all don't. Y'all want to give it to the allies who are problematic instead of giving it to the people that actually are for our community. So until we start uplifting ourselves, I don't mind some of those Black artists who are crossing over into those white spaces to go get the coin they need to get. Keisha Cole just announced a tour 7 minutes ago with I could definitely see that. First of all, I saw a video of Little Kim, and she brought out this up-and-coming female rapper. I can't remember her name. And everybody was going apeshit over them performing and stuff. So I could definitely see Little Kim. Little Kim definitely should be out here. Keisha Cole, child, there was a video that somebody posted of Keisha Cole out here singing, sounding a mess. And then she turned around, her whole ass was hanging out. And I'm like, girl, did you get like a bad butt job or whatever? And like, the booty was not doing what needed to be done. It looked a mess. She looked a mess. And them vocals was a choice. It's like look, the one thing, you always wanted to be Mary J. Blige, so now y'all both out here struggling in the vocal department. But I definitely want to hear, okay, so is Keisha Cole, when she doing a show, is it an arena tour? Because I don't know if she got I don't know if she could sell out arenas. I definitely need to look at that. Wait, let me see. Before we get to this final topic. Keisha Cole Tour 2025. This is the way it is. 20th anniversary tour. Is anybody actually going to write the article so that way I can see what the dates are? Oh, she is doing some arena dates. Why do I feel like she's going to do, she'll probably go to Barclays. Like, she could be Barclay Tees. Yep, she doing Barclays Center. I knew it. I was like, she could be Barclay Tees. It said, oh, the tickets start from $77. July 12th, she's doing Barclays. Yeah, because no shade, but, well, no shade for y'all, but, well, she didn't even say no shade. No. I'm just like, for me, it's going to be busy because July is a lot of bookings. I think around the time, July 12th, I think Matt Rife has like 2 shows going on around that time. So I think that's probably why she had to do Barclays Center. But they said she got Tink and Wale, not Tank, but Tink, Tink, and Wale is performing. Then I see that she has some dates with SWV. She has yeah, I don't see Little Kim on here, but y'all probably, there's probably like, oh yeah, there is Little Kim. But she has Little Kim coming at August 2nd. That's the venue at Thunder Valley Casino Resort. That's where they're gonna be performing. And she has Jermelle coming out. So she has like a mixture of people that's gonna be on this tour. That's why I was like, I could definitely see her at Barclays Center. And then I had one lady that was complaining to me in the situation. That's why I prefer going to the Barclays Center than coming to the she was ratchet. I'm like, yeah, that's why we recommend a lot of y'all hood boogers to go over there instead of coming over to the Garden. Because if y'all gonna be acting like this, then it's like you can go over there to that other arena. Didn't Atlanta Pride replace Sierra with Chris Brown? Probably. Chris Brown has gay fans, but then Chris Brown, I could not see him talking about that he want to perform at a gay pride event. Okay, so she's only doing the European dates. And you said, I think How Many Licks is going to be a lip sync song for bracket. Well, it definitely should. Who doesn't love that song? And look, I guess when you do All Stars, you can curse and stuff on there, so they could leave all the filthy parts in. All right, so last but certainly not least, let's get into our final topic and let's talk about some congratulatory Black love homosexual news. And let's give it up for the Upshaws star Jermelle Simon, who is engaged to influencer OBO Jones, where OBO basically popped the question, and People magazine had the exclusive photos of the engagement. So congratulations to them. The one thing I've always been wanting to do is I feel like enough time we don't get to celebrate Black love on this show. We don't be hearing enough about, same sex, same gender loving. Well, in the Black community, we do refer as same gender loving. Shout out to James Earl Hardy, who I learned that from. But same gender loving type stories, we don't hear enough of those. So whenever I see some Black love, and we ain't talking about when we was putting all our energy behind Remy and Papoose, because we seen what that relationship turned out to be. I don't think this is what happened with them, but nevertheless, whenever Black love comes around, we got to celebrate it. So let's give it up for Jermelle Simon, who was on the Upshaws, which just had its, I think they ended their final season like a while ago, and content creator this year. OBO Jones are, engaged. And they apparently the proposal went down on April 25th. And here it is, May 19th, and they just now talking about it. So now the content creator, who's 32, popped the question to the Upshaws star, 36, on April 25th in an intimate family-filled proposal. Now the newly engaged couple is opening up to people about the details of the engagement. Oh, well, okay, I'll take it back a little bit because the reason why we're hearing about it now is because they had the engagement on April 25th. They want to enjoy the engagement and being fiance to fiance before they wanted to go public and speak out about the relationship. So yeah, it's good that you give yourselves time to just be in the moment and enjoy being engaged to each other before you start talking to the public about it. So Jones and Simon's love story begins, like so many often do, through a digital connection. Now, having watched an episode of the Netflix comedy, which wrapped its final season earlier this year, Jones sent an innocuous congratulatory message to Simon. He basically said he DM'd to congratulate / compliment me on my performance on the show. Real smooth like, but friendly for sure. So then the friendliness became a friendship, and then the friendship turned into something more following they went out on a date at a popular downtown LA restaurant called Joyce. And he said, quote, "He's always been fine. But what drew me in was how intentionally nice he was / is. This is what Jones admitted, who was slightly anxious to take things in a romantic direction, as was Simon, saying, quote, "Are we sure we want to risk our friendship for romance?" This is what Jones recalls thinking. Now, ultimately, they decided to take the leap while the couple opted not to share how long they've been officially dating. They said they got to keep some things offline. They've shared more of their life together after Simon came out as a homosexual last October on National Coming Out Day, saying, "Loving OBO didn't feel like I was betraying myself. I think he does a beautiful job of being mindful, was he demure too, and aware of others. If there's a way he can help, he will." Now, over the past few months, Jones and Simon, who has 3 children from a previous relationship, have been having conversations about marriage, but they weren't any hard deadlines on the timing of it all. And however, Jones knew Simon would want something intimate. Now, after they moved in together last month, Jones decided to put a plan into motion, saying, quote, "On the day we got the keys, everyone was looking at their rooms and roaming the home." This is what Jones began by saying. Jermelle and I were in our primary room. I had the kids come in one by one and hand him congratulations notes with "I love yous" and sweet descriptions of who he's been to them and what family meant. He thought it was just in regards to the house, but I got on one knee and boom. Now Jones proposes Simon with a diamond encrusted Cartier ring. Child, let me find out he's put out the coins for all of that. He got him a Cartier ring. In their new home surrounded by the loving family. While marriage was already on the horizon, Simon says that he didn't see the actual proposal coming, saying, quote, it was a complete surprise, actually. I say that because normally I would have some sort of idea about a thing. OBO loved the children and everyone that was important to me, and no one said a thing. I think it made it that much more special to me because not only was I ready, but I was genuinely surprised, which almost never happens. Now, Jones and Simon were well known among their respective Black LGBT, or as I like to say, Levitical audience. For many, they are North Star of desire and partnership. While the couple is aware of their digital stature, Jones says that they don't necessarily post for their love of the engagement. In fact, it's merely an extension of what he's already done as a content creator. He says, "I built an online presence around showing my life and the people that are involved in it, my dad, siblings, etc. And now it involves my fiance. We don't overthink it. We may benefit if we did." Jones begins with a laugh, saying, "We just have fun and the house is full of tripods, so it's easier to push record. We also don't forget that we're in a relationship that's public, not a public relationship." So I actually don't feel like it's an issue that somebody wants to come out and extend part of their life. Like for me, for example, me being a content creator, if the situation came that I had to be open about a relationship I'm in, I would inform y'all if I was in a relationship and how it was going and all that other stuff, because I feel like that's an extension and part of my life. And one of the things that I like about doing this show is that I don't just sit up here and run my mouth and talk about celebrities. I mean, that's a main part of it. But for the most part, I usually will interject my own personal experiences through some of the topics that we talk about on the show, because I do feel like it's important that someone who is a personality be personable with their audience. And we have these conversations with each other, which makes me come across more relatable and not just like some damn robot who's just reading articles and just, going through the motions. So I do feel like it's vitally important that as a personality that you come across and be transparent with your audience and open and honest. So yeah, if I was in a relationship, I would definitely let y'all know. Not every aspect of it I'm not gonna put all over social media. We're talking about, oh yeah, I just got finished blowing my man in the bathroom, whatever. Like, y'all don't need to know all of that. But you need to know, like, okay, we in a relationship, we serious. I'm about to go out, meet my man somewhere at a restaurant. We about to go eat. We about to go kiki with some friends. We about to go out for drinks. We about to go see this movie. We about to go get some furniture for the house. We getting a new place together. Like, I can give you a little bit of that. And I do feel like that's the cute part of being a content creator, is that, yeah, you got to be personable with your audience, because that makes them feel like that they can relate to you in some sort of way. So basically, they said that what they're going to do right now is they're going to give themselves another month to stop mistakenly calling each other boyfriend and then jump into planning mode. So they just said that they don't know if they want a wedding planner as of yet, but for now they're taking a moment to be present. And I feel like that's a great thing too. Yeah, be in the moment, be present with everything that's going on. I think that's what they wanted to do before they did the article with People Magazine. They wanted to take a moment, be fiance and fiance, be bask in the moment, let it all sink in, and then once they've kind of like in the pocket of it all, then they can go and decide, do we want to just go have the justice of the, like just go down to the courthouse and get married, and then we can just have one big party at our house in the backyard, or rent a place. Quiet as it's kept, me personally, to save money, I would just get a catering company, come to the house and have them set everything up, have our closest family and friends come over, we eat, we drink, we party, we have a good time, we celebrate. For people who love us, I ain't going on trying to get some damn haul. Because I'm like, what I need to do all of that when we got a fabulous backyard and you just have the people that genuinely love you be there to celebrate your Black love. So shout out to y'all. And hopefully Jermelle will still be able, because, you know, the Upshaws is done. So hopefully Jermelle will be out here, still be able to get work post the show. Because, you know, the Upshaws, that was a cute show. So I say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story in regards to this Black love that we was up in here talking about? So whatever your thoughts are on this story, let me know in the comments down below. Onyx says, I forgot to ask you this before the show, but what did you think of the Mayhem and Ray of Light comparison discussed that was happening this weekend? Both albums released at the same. Where the hell have I been? Because I didn't hear nothing about this Mayhem and Ray of Light comparison. And it's about that. Wait, that was the both albums released at the same age. Oh, you're talking about that Ray of Light came out when Madonna was 38 and Lady Gaga dropped Mayhem when she was 38? Or is it 39? I was like, where the hell was I? Oh, yeah, I know where I was working. So I was, you know, when I'm busy and stuff, I don't be having time to get up on social media and catch up on things. Usually I will get Robert flooding me with a bunch of stories and stuff in our group chat or in like private DMs and all this other stuff. So I didn't really hear anything about this. I wish I would have, but to think about it, it's like, I mean, I don't feel any ways about it. I mean, to me, I feel like it's funny that when you get to that age where you pushing 40, then you start to push out your best work because you're starting to get hit with that moniker of you're washed, your days are numbered, you're old. And so after Madonna was dealing with a lot of the stuff that she was dealing with, you know, the backlash from the sex book and erotica, and then what came after erotica? Wasn't it Bedtime Stories? I wonder how well I don't know how well Bedtime Stories did, but that was, I told you that was like 94, I believe. That was like the first Madonna album that I bought. And then of course she did Evita. She got pregnant. She didn't really get to tour like she wanted to. So I don't even think she even got to tour Bedtime Stories. So yeah, it was a long time. So we didn't get a real proper tour until the Drowned World Tour. And that was sort of like a resurgence, reawakening of her career. And, you know, that was like when people finally started to take her seriously, was with the Ray of Light era. And finally give her flowers because they thought, you know, they still pegged her as a one-hit wonder. He said Gaga was 38, Madonna was 39, going on 40. Okay. Yes, all I know is that Ray of Light is my second favorite album of all time. And this is coming from a little monster. It's like, yeah, man. You want to know something? I feel like what has saved Mayhem is Gagachella and that whole spectacle that she put on. I feel like that has sold the music a lot more because I feel like, yeah, the songs were whatever. I really wish, like, if you were going to talk about you were going to go industrial, you should have really went there. Like, I'm thinking 9-inch nails. Like, I was literally expecting you was going to give us, you know, the female pop equivalent of Trent Reznor. Like, I thought he was going there, but it's like, no, you gave us music you've done before. It just feels a little more 2.0 of Born This Way, The Fame Monster, that sort of thing. There was a real evolution with Ray of Light because it was a sound that we had never heard Madonna take on. Like, Madonna was giving us our bops and our pop songs or whatever, but then she jumped into that whole electronica landscape, which I was living for because at the time I was a huge electronic raver trip hop head. Like I was listening to Tricky, Massive Attack, Portishead. Like those were a lot of the sounds that was and Morchiba. I was listening to a lot of those sounds. There's a lot of British artists for those of you not familiar. I was listening to a lot of those sounds back in the day, and Madonna was pretty much jumping into the whole UK pop music, electronic underground landscape, and was taking a lot of those sounds and bringing it into the mainstream. So there was that. It said, yeah, Mayhem did come and went. I know it's still top 20, but it seems it came and went. Even Coachella didn't help her. But we'll see how well the tour goes, because I'm sure I'm going to let y'all know when that tour comes around, and I know I'm going to be working a lot of those dates. We'll see if, how well it sells. Because you're doing 6, 4 in, I believe, 4 in August and 2 in September. Bedtime Stories performed better than Erotica. Erotica doesn't have a huge hit single like Bedtime. Well, yeah, I agree with that, because I think Erotica was more of like, it felt more like an underground record. It wasn't really like a mainstream album. And I think it was because it was a mixture of like a lot of these underground sounds, and it was also, what was the other? It was a lot of spoken word and stuff on there too. I'm getting all of this stuff up in here. So she went safe, and that's why I was disappointed. Yeah, yeah. It just felt like you did play it safe with the record, and I'm thinking maybe it was because a lot of the Torch song stuff she was doing, it really like her core audience wasn't really. They weren't really for like the Joanne era. They weren't for the jazz stuff. I mean, we even had like when she did her Mayhem press conference, there was 2 older white men that stood up and was like, my best, like the music that we love from her is the jazz stuff. And I'm looking at them like, yeah, you definitely fit the demographic of somebody that would like her doing jazz music. I mean, it's no shame. My father is 70 years old and loves jazz. So it definitely, I mean, I'm not saying those men were 70 years old, but it's just, yeah, you Lady Gaga, for somebody so young, her musical taste teeters on old people's stuff. Like, it just felt like that's what she was doing. Even that black wig she was wearing on this current tour made her look older than what she is. So, as the disease flowered, you could tell it was back to the drawing board, which pushed it a whole month. And not only that, there was also you stitched, and you can't tell me that Die With A Smile was initially a part of the track listing. It wasn't. That's some bullshit. You can't tell me otherwise. I do not buy for 1 second that she had planned to put Die With A Smile on that damn record. The only reason why you put it on there because it was the only hit that came from Mayhem, or that not even Mayhem. It just came from that era of the music it was putting out. So because that song became a big hit, you thought, let me attach it to this thing, and that's what it is. I was like, I'm not buying it. Look, Little Monsters have been wanting Art Pop Part 2 for years. They've been wanting that, it seemed like, for how old is Art Pop? They're like 10 years old? Not everything hits, but at least Gaga is bold enough to stretch her wings as an artist. Exactly. And so I will agree with that. The one thing I will give it up to Gaga is that at least she is willing to step outside of her comfort zone and try different things. Katy Perry has been giving y'all the same damn, bops, the same old kids bop tracks since Teenage Dream. She has not evolved creatively. She has not evolved musically. She has not evolved as a person or as a human being. She thought she was doing that with Witness, but we was looking at her like, girl, what is wrong with you? Are you okay? You need us to call the medical people to come in and re-examine. Like, she thought she was doing something by creating that whole little Big Brother thing that she was doing. It's like that 24-hour surveillance. I'm like, girl, what is this? Like, I would rather watch JoJo Siwa doing Big Brother again before I watch Katy Perry trying to be authentic. One time somebody had the nerve to tell me I'm too old to be talking about JoJo Siwa. You could suck the shit out my ass. Number one, I talk about whoever the hell I want to talk about. I don't give a good goddamn how old they are. If you were in the news, if you were doing something, I don't care if you was 10 years old acting a fool. I'm going to talk about your ass too. Oh, you said 12 years old. I mean, 12 years. 12 years old. Jesus, the time be flying. Where the hell has the time gone? I love how I turn the top. Okay, and you got the nerve to be told about me when I be up in here doing Lady Gaga versus Madonna. You can't do a whole segment without bringing up Lady Gaga and Madonna. And look who started this time. It wasn't even me. But you know, I always got something to say about it. And it goes a little something like this. Don't go for second best, baby. Put your love to the test. And how it turned into a Madonna song. But anyway. Child, we did a 4-hour show today. I was not expecting to do that. It's been a minute since we did a 4-hour show, but it was just a lot of tea to spill. Hopefully there will be a lot more tea to spill tomorrow, because it'd be the worst if I shot all my water in this one episode and then Tuesday coming. It's like, okay, so where the topics at? It's dry as hell out here and there's nothing interesting to talk about. So, you know, usually the universe will pull through. I'll be able to talk about some more tea tomorrow. I'm trying not to drag because they're brave with their misogynistic. Who? Oh, you know, I'll be ready to cuss somebody out. So, you know, you gotta have that thick skin if you're gonna be up in here talking about celebrities. Because I'm always got to clap back. Are you talking about when you talking about the fans, Lady Gaga fans with their misogyny and ageism? Because it's like, look, your fave got to get older, and you already know, like, there's going to be Gen Alpha who's going to come out or even some Gen Z, probably the younger version, will come out and drag Lady Gaga, call her old, wash, all that stuff, and we'll see how you little monsters like that, because y'all trying to put that off on Madonna. But it's like, remember, your fave got to get old too. So be careful when y'all be putting this shade and stuff out here, trying to drag people over their age and call them grandma or whatever the case is. Because it's like, yeah, Madonna may be 65, going on 66 in August, right? Or she's 66, going on 67. Child, I be forgetting. Because I think she was born, what year was she born? 1958? So I think it's like, yeah, she's 66. She'll be 67. So, in August 15th. So, you know, just be careful when y'all be calling out here, because look, she's not old. I just don't consider being in your 60s really that old. Like, if she's still out here dipping it and doing it and living her best life, which I'm sure a lot of y'all wish y'all could be able to do when y'all get to her age, or y'all should be hoping that y'all get to her age. Don't be trying to shade the older people, because, you know, with age comes wisdom. We the only we the only generation that just shades older people that don't really respect our elders. But you go to other countries, at least they lift their elderly up. Madonna said it best. One day Britney would be her age. She was 44 in 2003. Britney turns 44 in December. Mm-hmm. Oh, Lord, don't remind me. Don't remind me of the 44, bitch. Especially since her, me, Beyonce, we all in the same age bracket, yeah. But anyway, so I say all this to say, I want to thank you all for watching. Tune in next time for a brand new episode of Chris Avalon Unfiltered. I will be on tomorrow. You know, I'll give you another show before I have to do these, you know, this big old Knicks game on Wednesday. So, love you all for watching. Thank you all for tuning in to the latest episode. Thank you all for sitting through all this mess that we usually bring on this show. Thank you. I appreciate all you young, old, new, and all that good stuff that come in and love being a part of this mess and are entertained by these shenanigans. I'm so surprised that I have the energy to be entertaining y'all for 4 hours, but here we are. So, love y'all for watching. Thank you for tuning in and also, before I forget, one last time, if you have not already, hit that like button. If you are new to the channel, hit that subscribe button, and also be sure to smash the notification bell so that way you know when we go live with a brand new episode of Chris Avalon Unfiltered. I want to thank you all once again for tuning in. Love you all for watching. Love you all for supporting the show consistently. And until next time, as I always say at the end of the show, signing off. Ciao, darlings.